Austatud Eesti Vabariigi president.
President of the Republic of Estonia, dear colleagues, participants in the conference.
Nendel päevadel 80 aastat
80 years will pass from these periods when our nation was occupied by the Soviet Union. People had to flee. Tens of thousands of them escaped because they were worried about their lives. And the meaning of this exodus may not have been dealt with in depth, but this part of our nation and the fate of them and the meaning for our people is not smaller than the one that it meant for those who stayed at home. And now we have decided to pay more attention to this issue. Over the past few years, the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory has tried to do this, and luckily the President of the Republic agreed to become the patron of this undertaking. So he has supported us with his advice and has helped us over the obstacles that we may have encountered on the way. And I am very happy to welcome the President of the Republic of Estonia today here at this conference. And I would hereby like to give the floor to the President of the Republic of Estonia, Alar Karis. The floor is yours.
Head sõbrad,
Dear friends,
loen teile ette mõned
I'm going to read to you some excerpts from the Memoirs of a Refugee. The Russians swept through southern Estonia with frightening speed, delayed only briefly at the front along the Emajõgi River. We had to decide very quickly what to do before the Russians reached us. We were scarred still by the deportations in 1941, and we assumed that if the Russians returned, then every single Estonian would be sent to Russia. There were 3 of us who set out, my mum, my dad and myself. We took as much food with us as we could carry, also some household items, and even the beautiful console mirror and escritoire that Dad had made. The front snapped at our heels like a rabid dog, and I think it was around the time we reached Vigala that we lost all hope of returning home anytime soon, because it was there that we left behind the things that we had less need of, like furniture, but also one of our horses and the cart. We had determined to reach the coast and make our way across the water to Sweden. This was the utopia that all refugees dreamed of. For us, this was a short-lived dream. We discovered that the boatmen were only taking people across in return for gold, but we didn't have any. We joined the procession of refugees making its way towards the port of Virtsu. We reached Virtsu on the 22nd or 23rd of September. That was the days when the Russians conquered Tallinn. People were clearly shocked by the capital falling so quickly, because those arriving at Virtsu were in a complete panic. Many of them had come on bikes, even on foot, wearing just summer clothes and without a single possession. We were all miserable because the fall of Tallinn meant that all hope was lost. Gottenhafen was one of the biggest refugee camps in Germany. Those who reached it by ship formed only a fraction of those it housed. The majority had gone west by road, and there were people who came like this from Estonia as well. My family was at the camp for a short time. My parents got jobs on the Brandenburg Railway. my father as a mechanic and my mother as a cleaner. And we lived in a small town of Belzig, about 80 kilometers south of Berlin. By March or April, it was clear that the war was almost over. The only thing that mattered to us at that point was whether the Allies would be the first to reach Belzig or whether we would find ourselves at the mercy of the Russians. At some point around the middle of April, my parents concluded that we couldn't stay in Belzig. There were rumors that you could cross the Elbe River somewhere in the Dessau area. You could make it across to the American side. And we decided it was worth a try. But when we reached the Elbe River, it became clear that although it had been possible to make it across with any obstacles in the first few days after the Americans had come, then by the time we arrived, the Russians had put an end to this disorder. I don't know how many times we had already had to do so in the space of a year, but once again we had to decide what we would do next. I missed home so badly that I started agitating quite strongly for us to return there. Apart from missing the place, I was also worried about my education. There was no way of continuing it in a foreign land ravaged by war, so at least not at first. And I was 16 years old and had only been to school for 6 years. I remember that the decision to return to Estonia came rather suddenly, inasmuch as we were left with no other option, because word had it that the Russians would be sending all of their citizens back to Russia. Goodness knows where precisely. We were among those citizens, so our only hope was that in the post-war confusion we would go unnoticed. We thought that the safest thing to do was to start making our way home on foot. We had completely run out of food, and for the first time I felt what it was to go hungry. We mainly bedded down in haylofts. I always slept between Mum and Dad. For good reason. We had heard it said that the Russians raped every woman they came across. I could sense that my parents were genuinely worried about me. I cannot recall whether it was Pihkva we made our way to, or from there into Estonia, or whether it was through Valga. I don't remember which railway station we got off. I can't even remember the moment we were reunited with our friends in Härma in Võru County. I had been away from home for a whole year. I returned starving in my only calico dress, and with the realization that I had grown up far too soon. These were my mother's memoirs. My mother's name was Virve. They came from a story of one family among many others. It contains elements typical of the stories of all those fleeing war, but also elements that make those stories unique. Tens of thousands of people sought to reach the gateway to freedom, but not all of them made it through, since that gateway can be incredibly narrow. My own mother and her parents became stuck along the way and returned to Estonia. Later, she became an agricultural scientist, but that difficult journey and the choices they were forced to make stayed with her. I am eternally grateful that she saw fit to record those memories for my family. Dear friends, World War II, the suffering it brought with it, and the suffering it led to were the worst in our recent history. In the course of the war, and in the Russian and German occupations we endured as part of it, Estonia lost a fifth of its population. And we are still feeling the effects of that loss today, almost a century later. But in addition to those who died and were killed, we must remember the fear and the immense mental and physical suffering that the majority of people had to live through, as well as the enormous destruction caused by the war and the occupations. Nor must we forget the intellectual void left in Estonia by the deaths, mental maiming, fleeing, and deportation of so many people. The great losses and sacrifices of those years were etched into the historical memory of our nation, shaping our choices and guiding our decisions ever since. All of this had a tragic impact on life here in Estonia for many people. The way to get through such tragedy is not with resentment and a thirst for revenge, but by talking and writing about the events of those dark days, studying that time and keeping the memories of its many thousands of victims alive, whether they were murdered or deported by foreign powers, lost their lives on different sides in the war, or fled from it. That is why, for me, it is so important that the fates and stories of all these people be as clear as possible. It is for this reason that the compiling of the database of those who left during World War II, an initiative of the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory, so vital. Between 70,000 and 80,000 fled the country. That big number of our own people. Now perhaps we have the chance to figure out the number more accurately. Of course, it is very hard to do so 80 years later, because most of those people are no longer with us, nor is much of the material we need for research. But the complexity of the task is also inspiring. There are still first-hand accounts to be collected from refugees and materials to be obtained from them and their descendants, which might otherwise be lost forever. Lots of documents remain to be unearthed from the archives and studied in depth. And if not now, then when? We have, after all, just celebrated the 33rd anniversary of the restoration of our independence. Thank you.
Tänan, härra president.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we get along with our program, I would like to welcome all those people who have gathered here today in Haapsalu and also everybody who are following us online. Before we start, some household comments. Please check our telephones. Please switch off the sound, and if you need to use your phone, you can please go outside, not among the people here. Given that our program is quite thorough, and we also have a presentation in the Haapsalu Dome Church in the evening, then I will decide on questions and answers as we go along, depending on how we stick to the program and the time. But I invite all of you to get to know and talk to the presenters and each other during the coffee breaks and lunch break. And now I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Andreas Kossert, a historian from Germany, and his main fields of investigation are to do with Eastern and Central European nationality, border areas, ethnic and religious minorities, resettlement, escaping and refugees. So please, the floor is yours, Andreas Kossert, and the name of the presentation is Uprooted, the Refugee in Ourselves.
Dear Mr. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, March 2022. It's a normal working day at Berlin Hauptbahnhof. Thousands of commuters pass the bustling central train station, a symbol of modern 21st century architecture in the heart of the German capital. The early spring sun shines brightly through the impressive glass facade. As I walk up the stairs to platform 13 to catch my train, the Eurocity Berlin-Warsaw arrives on the other side of the track. Hundreds of people disembark, mostly women and children, refugees from Ukraine. They are welcomed by volunteers in orange vests who direct them to the provisional welcome center on the ground level. Since February 24, 2022, the train has become a means of transportation, carrying people into safety from a war-torn country shelled by Russian bombardment from cities like Kharkiv, Mariupol, and Donetsk. The scene seems almost surreal. The Ukrainian refugees do not look poor. They just seem exhausted and slightly disorientated. However, the most striking impression is a lack of luggage, an almost archaic moment that reveals the elementary challenge all refugees face. A rucksack, a small suitcase, children carrying their favorite teddy bears. That's mostly it. The commuters' faces passing by express a combination of curiosity and embarrassment, almost as if some odd voyeurism was drawing them into the drama of others. Here, the story unfolds. The old saga of being uprooted, its latest chapter in the 21st century, Putin's Russia's brutal war against the Ukrainian people. Yet another story of mass displacement in the heart of Europe, unseen since the Second World War. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to share some ideas about what it means to be a refugee and what it means to be uprooted, being forced to leave home, very often for good. It is a great honor and privilege to be able to speak to you here in Haapsalu, while we are commemorating the tragic fate of Estonian war refugees in World War II. It is overdue to tell the story of those people. Their stories constitute an integral part of our shared memory. It is here in Estonia where I sense a specific mental DNA being omnipresent, almost physically visible. And in the Estonian cases, this mental collective DNA consists of what it means to be victims of totalitarianism, of forced displacement, of collective punishment and deportation. And I'm also very moved to learn today more about the fate of the Estonian Swedes. For my speech, I prepared 7 pictures which should illustrate and in a way illuminate the human dimension of being forcibly displaced. Uprooted. What a monstrous word, taken from nature, severing one's roots. Yes, uprooted is highly metaphorical, but yet so true. The first picture shows a handcart, a symbol of refugees fleeing in the first half of the 20th century, especially in World War II. This handcart was used by a German family fleeing the Soviets in January 1945 from Pomerania. It symbolizes the hardship of being displaced, the provisional means of transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, stories of people who are forced to flee and live in exile are as old as the history of mankind. One of the Bible's major narratives tells of deportation, exile, and homesickness. Ever since, the story of displacement has continued. The late Middle Ages saw the expulsion of Spanish and Portuguese Muslims and Jews following the so-called Reconquista. The expelled Iberian Jews took their heritage with them to various parts of the world. The Ladino language and culture survived in the old Sephardic centers in Salonika, Constantinople, and Amsterdam. From the 19th century, new concepts of nationhood and ethnicity paved the way for a new scale of forced migration, as states tried to bring political boundaries into line with demographic ones. In this sense, the Balkan Wars and the following First World War served as a rehearsal for the population transfers that would follow. After 1918, democratic governments likewise sought ways to avoid conflict by reducing ethnic complexity. The population exchange between Greece and Turkey, agreed upon in the Treaty of Lausanne, was therefore praised as a symbol of modernity by unmixing ethnic groups, bringing hardship and suffering to millions of Greeks and Turks alike. The Soviet Union perfected its method of ethnic cleansing. Stalin would simply deport entire ethnic groups, including Poles, Germans, Pontic Greeks, Tatars, Koreans, and of course, many people from Estonia and its neighbors, Latvia and Lithuania, as a form of collective punishment. And still the Nazis were war of conquest and extermination displaced people of an unprecedented scale. From the beginning of the war onward, massive expulsions became part of daily life in many parts of Europe. The number of people who were displaced, deported, or turned into refugees during the Second World War is estimated to be between 50 to 60 million, 1/10 of the European population. And after the war, when the Allied powers redrew the map of Central Europe with the Potsdam Agreement of summer 1945, millions lost their homeland, among them 14 million ethnic Germans and 1.6 million Polish people. Ever since, displacement wrote dramatic chapters in contemporary history around the world. In 1947, the terrible euphemism called partition uprooted 15 million people in India and Pakistan. And in 1950, on the Korean peninsula. The second picture shows family Kong from Seoul in South Korea. They are the grandparents of one of my former students, Kyun-ho Kong, in America. He shared the story of his family, who fled the communist regime in 1950. His grandparents lived in the tradition of their ancestral home in North Korea. Until they both died a few years ago, they never heard about the fate of their parents, their siblings they had to leave behind. Over the next decades, more stories unfolded as the exodus of the Jews from the Arab world, the displacement of Palestinians, Cubans, Vietnamese, Afghans, and most recently, Yazidi and Syrians, as well as the Rohingya fleeing Myanmar into Bangladesh. And war returned to Europe in the 1990s, causing incredible bloodshed in former Yugoslavia, which led to millions of refugees and ultimately to the genocide of Bosnian Muslims. For 2023, last year, the United Nations reported more than 100 million refugees globally. And in the last 2 years alone, more than 14 million Ukrainians have been displaced. The arrival of Ukrainian refugees at Berlin Central Station reminds me of a powerful image from my childhood. My favorite book was Judith Kerr's autobiographical novel, When Hitler Stole Pink Rabbit, in which the 9-year-old protagonist Anna must hastily leave Berlin with her mother and brother to escape the Nazis in February 1933. There's not much space in their luggage, so Anna must choose just one soft toy. With a heavy heart, she decides against her beloved pink rabbit, leaving it behind. In 2022, Ukrainian refugees are forced to make the same decisions as Anna in 1933. When we leave somewhere, we take the time to say goodbye to the people, the things, and the places that we loved, says the French writer Gaël Faye in his novel Petit P. based on his own childhood when he had to flee Burundi in Africa. Fe continues, "I didn't leave my country. I fled it. The door was wide open behind me as I walked away, without turning back." Refugees face similar challenges. Leaving home, mostly for good, is a dramatic turning point in people's lives, and it is very often beyond our power of imagination to comprehend this loss. This fate awaited family Kurowski, seen still here on this picture in their own old homeland in 1943. The Kurowskis were ethnic Poles living for centuries in the area around Vilnius in Lithuania. As part of Stalin's post-war plans, they were forced to repatriate in 1946 to Poland. Another euphemism introduced by the communist regimes in an era to whitewash people's personal tragedy. Although the reasons and circumstances that drive people to flee can be very different, the concrete experiences of refugees, displaced peoples, and exiles are similar. All must decide, what do I take with me? How much can I carry when on foot? Should I pack valuables, photos, jewelry, and documents, or better food for the days to come? Flight is a turning point. The termination of an unwritten agreement with one's ancestors that has been valid for generations. Everything based on inheritance law suddenly no longer counts. Wills and investments in the future, land, savings accounts, at the moment of flight, everything sinks into meaningless. Outsiders can hardly perceive what it means to leave everything behind, except, of course, one's life. Flight and fleeing are not an adventure. What was forgotten at home can never be retraced. In the moment, even refugees themselves are rarely aware that it is a way of no return. What does it mean for a farmer to leave his cattle behind? What does it mean for the elderly to bid farewell to their house, their neighbors, and family for good? Refugees must not only abandon their material belongings, but their ancestors as well. Cemeteries are abandoned and graves grow over. The old Armenians of my childhood never had any graves at which they could weep for their parents. They carried their graves with them wherever they wandered, writes Varujan Vosganyan in his autobiographical novel The Book of Whispers, about the Armenian exile community in Romania who survived flight, deportation, and genocide. And finally, when children and grandchildren flee, what does it mean for parents or grandparents who are left behind, for good, and in many cases without any further contact? Because they feel too old for an exhausting and troubling journey that only means uncertainty. This picture of keys is essential in trying to understand refugee stories. And its meaning is universal. Throughout time, refugees take their keys with them. In numerous museums displaying stories of forced displacement, I found those keys. In Greece from the old homelands in Asia Minor, in Germany from Königsberg in East Prussia, in Poland from Vilnius, in Finland from Karelia. This one shows the key of an Armenian family who fled the genocide in Turkey. The key symbolizes several dimensions. It clearly shows that refugees are often not aware when they have to leave their homes that it is going to be a final farewell. They lock the door like they always do, for all of us, a daily routine. They take the keys with them, of course, with the most understandable and indeed most human feeling of hope, the hope to return soon. But in most cases, hope is gradually waning, because a return to the old home seems more and more impossible. All of a sudden, the meaning of the keys is being transformed. From now on, they represent an irreplaceable loss. Symbolically, the keys close the chapter of the past. Uncertainty also accompanies refugees and displaced people on their journey. I'm reminded of Anna Sudin, who was driven out of southeast Poland in 1947 along with her Ukrainian family. She had survived Nazi terror, a concentration camp, and forced labor. After she was freed, she returned to Poland. When, after all that, the Polish army set fire to her village, the family had to leave once again. This time, they were to be deported to the areas previously inhabited by Germans. They hurriedly packed a few belongings, including a stone, which Anna's father believed was essential for their survival because stones were so scarce in their sandy homeland. Farming families had always used such stones to weigh down the cabbage barrel and to ensure the supply of sauerkraut and its essential vitamins for the winter. And at last, they reached Masuria in East Russia, where they were to be settled. And Anna said, "When we arrived, dear God, so many stones. Whenever you bent down, there was a stone." After arriving in their new life, refugees carry an infinitely heavy burden that includes an endless list of losses. Intimate connections with family, friends, and neighbors, familiar scents and sounds, food, dialect, language, landscapes, and above all, an environment where they were able to read old codes, an environment where they felt at home, where they simply belonged. Undoubtedly, there is a good chance of starting a new life, but coping with the total loss remains a life-changing challenge, though. And ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest. It is indeed totally beyond our imagination if we had to think about the challenges of refugees and asking ourselves personally, what would I take with me if I only have 5 minutes to pack? Under normal circumstances, when we forget something at home, we just go back. This certainty is excluded in the case of flight, where there is no going back. It is a forced departure into the unknown. This means this loss is radical. Nothing remains but memory. And this picture shows a watercolor painted by a Finnish farmer, Alfred Eirika from Karelia, who used to live on a small island not far from here. In June 1944, when the Eirika family had to leave their ancestral home, they arrived in Finland. But Alfred was a farmer without land and felt like living in exile. And he painted this beautiful watercolor, his old farm from memory. Awaiting those who have fled on arrival, wherever it may be, are camps and transit centers, racism and hostility, and a future that may mean integration, assimilation, or permanent exile. Uprooted refugees are confronted with sedentary societies that still hold the privilege of having a home. The latter are the ones who also decide the refugees' fate. Refugees depend on their decisions, whether they are welcomed, accepted, or denied. Often, they are seen in apocalyptic terms, and metaphors from nature are routinely applied to them as flood, as avalanche, wave, or torrent. Such phrases serve to awaken a sense of imminent natural catastrophe and encourage fears. Refugees are often confronted with hostile reactions that challenge their identities anew. Therefore, being uprooted enhances the notion of exile. The writer Reinaldo Arenas, exiled from Cuba, experienced his exile in the United States as a constant conflict between here and there. In an interview for The New Yorker in 1983, he was asked if New York was a good place for him to write. He answered that his exile from Cuba was only a physical one. I quote, "Every person who lives outside his context is always a bit of a ghost, because I am here, but at the same time I remember a person who walked those streets who is there, and that same person is me. So sometimes I really don't know if I'm here or there." For Reinaldo Arenas, the inner ambivalence caused by his uprootedness remains, and he has no means to overcome it. Like him, many refugees live in permanent exile, unable to take root again in new places. Those who could always be certain about their home never needed to ask questions about belonging, identity, or roots. And those who lost their home were constantly forced to raise such questions. The Holocaust survivor Jean Amery once said what is true for all refugees and exiles. Home very often only gains importance after you have been uprooted. This is why refugees very often, and as I may add very understandably, idolize their lost homelands. For them, home becomes an ultimate projection. Initially, refugees long to return, and after they realize this is no longer possible, it becomes an idolized space. The next picture is taken in Kavala in northern Greece. Kavala is known for its beautiful Byzantine medieval aqueduct. After 1922, Kavala saw the arrival of thousands of ethnic Greek refugees from nowadays Turkey. They arrived homeless and sought shelter. That is when they first built tiny houses, literally squeezed in between the ancient aqueduct archways. This picture underlines the physical arrival of refugees is always provisional, defined by poverty, camps, and as shown here, provisional housing. Ladies and gentlemen, and what is to follow? After refugees being uprooted, we very often talk about their ways of integration. This term is, in my understanding, very often short-sighted. That's why the term integration needs to be critically questioned, starting with its very meaning. Integration is easily exhausted as a euphemism with its very materialistic meaning. It mostly means a job, shelter, a house. However, as was shown in my previous examples, the counter-narrative of individual refugee stories often underlines disintegration or exile, as refugees sacrifice a huge part of their existence. They suffer a tremendous loss, including their culture and identity of origin. Again, after their arrival, their rescued identities are challenged by foreign and often hostile societies. The latter can also obsess about marks of difference and argue that the incomers have failed to integrate. Refugees very often continue to feel uprooted long after they have been relocated. It can change over time, yes, and integration is possible, but there is no guarantee. They feel as if that they have yet to arrive and do not belong, while the surrounding world easily mistakes their existence as perfect integration. This very ambivalence of being uprooted, of literally being made homeless by force, is shown in my last picture. We see the port of Tel Aviv in 1939, with a container arriving from Nazi Germany, which carries the last material belongings of a German Jewish family, escaping Nazi Germany almost at the last minute. Rudi Weisenstein, who later became one of the best-known photographers in Israel, stressed something which could even summarize the entire saga of being a refugee. The old life, the lost homeland, is somehow transitory, literally expressed here as left in limbo. Therefore, the crane symbolizes not just uncertainty, but total ambivalence. Refugees depend on other people's mercy. The crane symbolizes that too. The future remains in limbo. Whether the container and all what is left of the old world will be able to flourish again, once grounded, remains unknown. This ambivalence also applies to the Estonian refugees in World War II. In Sophie Oksanen's powerful novel Purge, about Estonian society during the war and post-war years, traditional common beliefs were overcome by tragic events. I quote, "Ingel said, an Estonian woman never abandons her house or her animals, even if they walk in with their uniforms and guns, a whole battalion of them." Sadly, history decided otherwise and also forced Estonian people out of their ancestral homes. Wherever they stranded, whether in Sweden, Germany, or elsewhere, their arrival remained a shaky one, because arrival cannot be ordered by official statements or claims of successful integration. For most refugees, traumas often due to experiences of violence and humiliation are kept behind closed doors, privatized in the protected space of the family and locked away from the general public. Ladies and gentlemen, refugee stories provide a different view of the world and show the fragile nature of our existence. Listening to individuals is a key tool for empathy. Therefore, I'm very happy to hear that this conference is aiming to look at individual refugee stories, including an important database. Estonian refugees constitute a crucial chapter of the European story of uprootedness. And by telling their stories, providing names and whenever possible even a face, it helps to overcome the anonymous narrative about the refugees. Their voices should be heard, not just here at our conference in Haapsalu, in order to enable sustainable support and solidarity. And finally, refugees should never be simply accepted as collateral damage to conflict and war. That's why we should reflect very carefully on a timeless message, which might even include a warning. Refugees, and including the Estonian war refugees, remind us all that at some point it could be us who have to flee. Thank you very much.
Aitäh eelkõnelejale. Nüüd on mul suur...
Thank you for this previous speaker, and now I would like to invite a member of the management board, historian Meelis Maripuu of the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory, and he's going to tell us about the database, Estonian war refugees in the Second World War.
Suur tänu eelkõnelejale.
Thank you for this previous speaker, Andreas Kossert, who introduced us very well into this subject, speaking not only about Estonian war refugees, but about refugees in general, because the problems are not unique only for Estonians. This is a global problem. in Estonia and in our neighboring countries of the similar fate during the past 30 years after the end of the Soviet occupation, we have mostly focused on the Soviet political terror, which has meant, on the one hand, that we have been able to analyze and collect the memories of those people so that we will understand what the effect of the Red Terror had been on the Estonian society over the decades. And less attention has been paid to those tens of thousands of people who left their homes towards the west and were lost for us for decades. On this slide you can see and figure out roughly what this loss was for the Estonian nation. It was about the same size. Those who were taken by force to the east, who perished there, or the luckier ones who were able to return home, and then those tens of thousands who also had to flee to the west in order to save their lives and the lives of their children. After Estonia regained independence, the issue of war and refugees has been dealt with, but in general it has been mostly on the level of emotional stories about the boat refugees on stormy seas and the difficulties of starting a new life in a new country, which is also very important because every refugee, every story has to have a specific face so that we will be able to understand it better. But on the other hand, we haven't had a clear understanding of who those actual war refugees in Estonia were. And sometimes emotional opinions have been reduced to arguments. Who were the correct Estonians or real Estonians? The ones who left or the ones who suffered at home? And some of the bitter people at home thought that the ones who went to the west gained a better life there. In order to answer to the question, who were the Estonian war refugees, our institute decided to start figuring it out, who these refugees were, trying to put down the names of those people who had to leave homeland, and we also set goals why we wanted to achieve this database and figure out those names. The initial aims are easier to achieve, and to a greater or lesser extent we have achieved this already, and I'm going to share this with you today. It's easier to get archival data and get an understanding of these demographic changes that took place in Estonia as a result of the escapes. And once we've collected this information, it will be of great help for those people who are interested in genealogy, the history of their families and kin. And this work and our database has been used specifically by those people very actively. But these two goals cannot be our final goals. A greater goal is to get a full database, as full as possible, and we would like to tie this with other databases about the population events that happened during the Second World War, and that would give the historians the possibility to analyze, to use quantitative methods for analysis and to find out what were the results and causes of the demographic changes after the Second World War. If we do not know who were these people who left Estonia, what were their education and what were they doing in their lives. If we do not know this information, then our work is not complete. When we started working on this database, it became clear that maybe the first phase is not so complicated, because the archives really have a lot of material about those people who left Estonia and documenting it. The refugees themselves have been a source for this information, because when they arrived in their new homelands, they wanted to document their existence. They wanted to find out where their relatives and friends were. So Estonians put together card files, and those card files by refugees have ended up in archives by today, and this have been of great help in putting together our database. This applies to both people who left via Germany to North America or to Australia and Great Britain. And it has been even easier with people who went to Sweden. Their life in Sweden was more stable. Estonian societies emerged. People organized. They gathered information about Estonians in Sweden, and this information is now in Estonian archives. It has been digitalized as well. So this served as a good starting point for us to start putting together our database. An important contribution for us to understand how Estonians left from Estonia and where they went is the so-called Arlsen Archive, or International Tracing Service in Germany. It used to be a database created by the Red Cross. They were tracing all sorts of people who came to Germany after the war, who were not staying in their homes. And this archive has now been digitalized fully, and it is very easy to use this. So it is easy to trace those people who left Estonia either through the Polish ports or across land. This is a very important database for all this information. So what we can find in these archives? We find a lot of names. Sometimes the names have been written in different ways, and all those names do not mean that they represent a specific person. In order for the database to be reliable, we have to get this information together from different databases and be convinced that this is a true person, not just a arbitrary combination of a first name and a family name. We have received great help from the Family Register, which is a database that can be compared with our modern-day population register, but this was kept in Estonia before the Second World War and a few years after the Second World War as well. And I would like to thank the population scientists of the Tallinn University. They have digitized this Estonian Family Register data, and they have made it available to us as well. This has been one of the starting points that we have used in order to compare the lists of names of people who ended up in Germany or in Sweden, in order to figure out whether these people really are our compatriots. We have been able to figure out their full names and their birth data. So the three pillars have been for us archive data from Sweden and Germany and the United States, where the refugees themselves put this information together, and comparing this information then with the family register data that was kept in Estonia. So once the data click together, then we can enter a specific person into the database. They know about this person, where they lived in Estonia, their parents, their children, and where they left when they left Estonia. Plus, there are many other smaller databases or sources that may be of maybe less importance, and I'm not going to list them all here at present. Here is also a slide about these different sources that our scientists have been using. You can see a card file card here in the bottom left. And when you look at this, then you can really understand that it is very difficult to figure out and get the real data from this kind of a card. It is a real challenge. And that is why at present our database includes primarily the minimum personal data, first names, family names, names about the parents, date of birth, date of death, if we know this. And all this more indirect information about the different phases of a person's life still has to be added and analyzed. What kind of problems we've had working with the database? A problem that does not depend on us is legislation in different countries about data. In some countries, everything is freely available. In some countries, it's not available at all. The Kingdom of Sweden is a good example. The data of dead persons are free. You can order this from an internet shop, and it is quite easy to find also our compatriots who have gone to Sweden and who have died in Sweden later. And then when we look at Canada, where state-owned data about people's residences or dates of death is very complicated. And we can rather hope on that our compatriots or congregations at church who have gathered this information, and they will make it or have been making it available to us. The database that I'm describing today is actually already available since more than a year on the internet. But what I would like to point out today is that now we have been able to get the first results or conclusions on the basis of this database. Not just looking at the names of specific people and the dates of death and birth, but we have been able to put together first statistical data in order to start to give an answer to the question, who were those refugees, where they came from and where they went to. We've been already hearing today that the total number of war refugees in Estonia was about 70,000 to 80,000. Then our work rather proves it. We have different names in our database, about the same amount. I'm not going to tell you the precise figure because it tends to change on a daily basis. This is not important, but it is of the same amount. And but we make a difference between how many names we have, but how many persons, but also how many persons we have about whom we are really sure. It is not just whether it is not just an Estonian sounding name, but it is a real person behind it. So the number of persons like this is about 65,000. So the statistical data that I'm presenting is based on this about 65,000 people. And we do hope that as of today this is a sufficiently representative sample for us to make conclusions. But we continue working on this, and I hope that in the case of the remaining names, we will be able to get the data together. When we look at this picture and the following ones, then I would like to point out that the people who are better aware of the Estonian administrative structure than in this statistics, we have made some arbitrary changes. During the pre-war times, Hiiumaa was not a separate county, but since later it became an independent administrative unit, and the Hiiumaa people are really self-confident as well, then we have separated the data from Hiiumaa rural municipalities from the Lääne county. Although at that point Hiiumaa was not a separate county before the war. And from the Harju County data, we took out the data about Tallinn because it was the capital and had a special status and was the biggest local government unit as well. So it is worth separating it as well. What were the most significant features when we are looking at the war refugees? They were a very varied company. And the biggest number of those of whom we are looking at in our statistical data are the Estonian Swedes, about 7,000 people who left at different times in different ways from Estonia, but the majority of them left during the Second World War on the basis of agreements between the Swedish and German agreements. So classically they might not be considered refugees, but they definitely had to leave their homes because of the Second World War, and they were fleeing the Red Army that was coming. The bigger numbers of Estonians started leaving in 1943, first across the northern coast, from the northern coast to Finland. The major part of them were men, 3,500. When they arrived in Finland, they enlisted in the Finnish army. But these early refugees or leavers were not only young men who did not want to be mobilized by the German army. Already at that time, a great number of families, wives and children also left. So when Finland finally ended the war with the Soviet Union, and there was a danger that in 44 then 5,000 to up to 5,000 to 7,000 Estonian war refugees also left via Finland, because there was a danger that Finland has to give them back to the Soviet Union. The massive exodus started in August 44 and ended up until October 44, when the Red Army reached Saaremaa Island as well. The biggest numbers left in both directions in the second half of September. Estonians preferred to go to Sweden, but the possibilities were not so good to reach Sweden. It was easier to get to Germany. So the bigger numbers of Estonian refugees arrived in Germany. And of these 65,000 whose persons have been identified, about 60% of them first arrived in Germany and then left to other countries, and about 40% arrived in Sweden. In the case of those who arrived in Germany and in Sweden, then we can clearly also separate and figure out from where they arrived in Estonia. and we have shown the share by county, how many people from those counties either went to Sweden or to Germany. And it comes as no surprise that from the Lääne County, Hiiumaa and Harju County, most of the people ended up in Sweden. It is quite understandable because it was considerably easier to find some transportation, either your own boat or a person who owned a boat, and get contact with those who were carrying out this transportation. And then people from other areas in Estonia and from Tallinn, they ended up first in Germany and then left for other countries, destinations after Germany.
Põgenike sooline jaotumine.
Now, the gender-based division of refugees as one and only
15
deviation in this gender division. We could pick up a group of 15 to 20-year-old men, and without not going back to specific individuals, we could guess that these young men are the ones who were involved with the German army, and therefore they escaped. And this gender and age structure will in the future definitely be analyzed by the population researchers in the future. And now the percentage of refugees in total population. Now,
kes põgenesid, olid eelkõige
even until now, we have believed that it's people from the coastal areas as well as Estonian islands who mainly were the refugees. And this is logical because there were more opportunities to flee, and the sea was nearer, Sweden was nearer. But what is probably a little bit surprising is that there were approximately as many people from Tallinn who fled compared to Western Estonia. Although from Tallinn, mainly people were fleeing towards Germany, and it was possible thanks to organized transportation to first Poland and after that to Germany. But in the case of Western Estonia, of course, the statistical first place is reached by the organized transportation of Estonian Swedes. And now we come back to ourselves. This is the database right now. The picture that you can see when opening the database. And it's possible to search according to 9 different criteria. It's first name, family name, birth date, and also birth place, and also the place of residence. Here, as you can see, it says it's Muhu Island, Muhu area, and here you will find more than 300 people from this area, and the data about all of these people will come later. So for the ones who would like to take a look at people who fled from his or her own area, you can find it in such a way. And another example, this is about individuals and also about certain information of certain in our archive and database. Arne Pall is my relative. Here you can see that he was also one of the refugees. You can see where he has lived. Also the card index information, and finally also the data about his death in Sweden in 2020. And another example about an individual, a refugee who first came to Germany, and also data from the family register, which gives us information about where the person lived here, as well as information about family members, mother and father. And also Arnold Arondsen archive that has been digitalized now, and data is available and links to this Arnoldsen archive is available as well. So if you click on that, you will find in those card indexes information in that archive. In the Estonian National Archive, there are card indexes that have been digitalized, and you can directly come to the information about these individuals without searching specifically for it. And then also there is an opportunity for feedback. Feedback means that somebody, an individual who has been in this database wants to add something, and we are very grateful for any additional information about the fate of certain individuals, and we are glad to add this information. So what about the future? We hope that the result that we have reached now would give something new for both historians as well as the ones who are researching their own genealogy. And we will definitely continue with this work. We can't promise how fast we will proceed, because the more detail we will go in, the more time it will take. So we rather have to speak about years. But the online database is like a living organism. On daily basis, something new is added into this database. And I hope that everybody who is here today, or if you know something you would like to add, it would be a pleasure to read letters from you and add also your comments about what this database could include in the future and what would be the new sources. Any kind of information, we will accept it gladly and work on it as much as we can, because we don't have many people working on this database, only a couple of them who do this on a daily basis. That's not very much. And now, using the opportunity as I'm talking about this database, I would like to give my special thanks to my dear colleague Ulle Kraft, because it's mainly her who is behind the fact that all this data has reached the state where it is now, and you can have it a look at this data online. Thank you.
Järgnevalt on mul uhkus ja au kutsuda
I'm proud and honored to invite now my academic father and the researcher from the Institute of Estonian Historical Memory, Hiljar Tammela. He will present a collection of articles on Estonian refugees. Hiljar, please. President, dear audience, both here in this hall and online. My name is Hiljar Tammela and I work as a researcher in the Institute of Estonian Historical Memory, and I had a great pleasure and an opportunity to put together the next collection or proceedings of the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory that is called The Flight from Estonia to Sweden During World War II. But as always with research in history, and as historians always do, is also awareness about the fact that what we are doing here and now is not anything in itself, but it is all supported on earlier work of earlier historians, and therefore it would be in place to describe what has been done earlier and what we would like to add now on this. Now, when we talk about flight from Estonia during World War II, this is a topic that has been researched throughout almost all the 8 years that have passed since this process took place. So stories about flight or overviews over flight have been published in press since autumn of 1944, if it was possible, which means that it was possible only in the West, behind the Iron Curtain. And starting with perestroika, it was more and more possible also here in Estonia. Now, thinking back about the topics that were unpleasant for the Soviet power, for example, the guerrilla movement, the Forest Brothers movement, well, these topics were also mirrored in Soviet times by Soviet historians, but making them ridiculous and diminishing their importance. But talking about flight, this is a topic that was minimally depicted, or if then only in a grotesque manner. So in a changed way. But thinking about this fact alone, tens of thousands of people fleeing from the Soviet power, the essence of this fact says so much that this fact in itself is a fact that you can't turn from black to white. Now, what has been done earlier in researching the flight? Of course, there are many articles, also publications, but I would like to point out only one book. And maybe I do it also because this is a book that is rather unknown, even here in Estonia, because it's mixed up with another book where these words are used in a different order, but this is a collection of memories published in Canada in 1987, named Justice and Truth, where different stories of flight from Estonia are described. But of course, now, during the last decenniums, this topic has been freely researched here in Estonia as well. And if we take a look at what has been published on this topic during the last years, here you can see examples of this literature, and the year 2004 is an important one. And the attention of both the society as a whole as well as historians becomes sharper every 20 years. We can say that in the beginning of 2000s, the intention was big, but 20 years earlier as well. In 1984, for example, Estonians in Sweden were gathering their memoirs, as well as 2004. Several books were published that you can see on the screen right now. And among historians, this is very important literature as well. Different collections of articles, flight of Estonians to the West during World War II, as well as memoirs that you can see on the lower part of this slide. It's a series that consists of 6 parts. Estonians who went to the world and fled Estonia over the sea. Now, looking at these examples of literature, we can see that the main examples during the 20 last years approximately, here we can see that memoirs play an important role. And we can also see that traditionally flight to both Germany and as well as Sweden has been interpreted together. And there are reasons to this. But if we look at this from the point of view of research or of history, we could say that until now, everything has been very much based on memoirs. But in normal circumstances, when historians research big exoduses, historians turn to lists from first the place where refugees were living, and then lists to where they were living. But unfortunately, we have not had such ready-made lists, as it was wartime, and the destination countries, as Germany, these lists don't exist anymore, and in Sweden, these materials were seen as politically sensitive, and they were classified. And the second question, the destination countries, Germany and Sweden together. Here we should point out the following question. What we here in Estonia call the Great Exodus. This term has been used during the last years in Estonia. but it includes very different processes. So it's kind of an umbrella term. So on the one hand, the destinations were different, Germany, Sweden. Then also the vessels were different, big ships that could take thousands of people, and then small rowing boats with only single families on the boats. Then the next question also about how this flight was organized. As we know, majority of Estonian Swedes left Estonia as a result of an agreement of the German administration and the Estonian one. So if we take it letter by letter, we could call it also legal relocation. But on the other hand, illegal flight could also potentially mean a punishment. Then these flights could be organized by the administration or by individuals, or it could be very spontaneous, as we can read it in the memoirs. In 1944, there were masses of people on the coastal areas and taking a look at what opportunities would be available. So nothing was organized, basically. And in addition to this, what is also included into this great exodus, this great wave from August-September 1944, with the huge masses of people moving at the same time. But at the same time, if we take a look at historic documents, we can also see that a great majority of people started to leave already in the spring of 1943. And now our approach in gathering the articles of this collection has been as follows. As I said, we proceeded from what was there earlier, and what we have wanted to add this time is only flight to Sweden. Right now we will have left aside flight to Germany, and we really hope that in the future we will be able also to publish a collection about flight to Germany. And our second goal with this collection of articles has also been that we have made use of this unique situation that has emerged. Namely, as the flight has been reflected mainly through memoirs. We have not had any qualitative databases, but right now we are in a very special situation, because since 1990 the archives of Sweden and these materials have been declassified in Sweden. And there is a big community of hobby researchers of history in Sweden. And they are not professional historians, they are not paid for this, but they are researchers who do it as a hobby. They find very interesting materials, they share these materials with each other. And this is definitely interesting also for a wider audience, and therefore we have also included some of these materials to our collection of articles. And what does our book include? I would like to very quickly also mention who and about what are writing in this collection of articles. The first article is by the professor of Stockholm University, Per Fronert, who writes in a little bit broader manner about the relations of the Swedish state with different groups of refugees during World War II. I'm very happy about this article because we very much wanted to have something of this kind into the collection. Because about 20 years ago, about 2004, when there was the last wave of interest into this topic. Back then I was a student myself, and I can recall that in the press this topic was talked about a lot, and in the articles it was mentioned that Estonians were the smallest ethnic minority after World War II in Stockholm. And I have never had an opportunity to check this statement, but it's quite an interesting statement. But it could also be false, misleading, because it leaves us Estonians a picture of Sweden that the Estonians and Swedes were the ones who created a kind of an ethnic tension after World War II in Stockholm. But if we now read the article of Per Fronert, we can see that how many different groups, ethnic groups there were in Sweden after World War II who stayed there for shorter or longer periods of time. So this gives us a possibility to understand the situation better. Now, the second article in this collection is written by Heikki Roiko-Jokela from Jyväskylä University in Finland. And his article is about the northbound journey of Estonian refugees and the flight of Estonians to Finland. And one of the bigger values of these articles is also the fact that the article is focused on civilians. If we think about volunteers Estonian volunteers who joined the Finnish army, there are many studies about that, and also the literature about life stories about these people. It's very, very important, of course. But now this article is about civilian refugees, a topic that has not been elaborated that much until now. Now, the next article is about the departure of Estonian Swedes during World War II. The great value of this article, in addition to everything else, is also the fact that here we can find a very nice and logical description of which ways, which different routes were used and when, how this traditional Estonian minority left Estonia during World War II. It includes also illegal flights and organized relocations, and I'm happy that the author has introduced all of these in his article.
Speaking about the great processes during the Second World War of fleeing, encompassing hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of people, then it can happen that the researcher at the desk loses sight of the individual. We are speaking about these great numbers, 10,000 went there, 5,000 went the other way. Then eventually all these numbers come down to the individual. And it is really very important that the two authors of the next article in our book, Maia Aav and Kaia Kumer-Haukanõmm, that they are focusing on what happened within the context of this great exodus in the island of Kihnu. When we look at the map, then Kihnu is a tiny piece of land in the middle of the Gulf of Riga, and it is quite far from Sweden as well. Looking at the map, you could assume that they wouldn't have strong contacts with Sweden, but in actual terms, Kihnu was back then island of a small region, but the warfaring tradition was strong and they played a great role in the exodus of Estonians. And we can learn this from the article about Kihnu and the exodus of Estonians to the west. So how the Kihnu seafarers took people to Sweden and how the Kihnu people themselves fled, and also about what were the changes that occurred in the island life after the people had left. So how Kihnu had an impact on the Great Exodus and how the Great Exodus had an impact on Kihnu. The last three articles of this collected work are more closely connected to specific source materials, and the authors have either took specific source, analyzed this, and published their analysis together with important references to these sources. The first one of these articles is titled The Boats and Ships of Estonian Refugees that Arrived from Estonia to Sweden, and the author is Martin Jungermann, a researcher, Estonian researcher living in Sweden. And the author has published, based on findings from the Swedish archives, he has put together a list of ships and boats that arrived from Estonia to Sweden during the Second World War, and which were by the spring of 1945 known to the Swedish authorities. So the list does not include the ones that sunk during the trip or some that ended up in the hands of Swedish private individuals or for some other reason were not noticed by the Swedish authorities. So the ships and vessels that were known to the Swedish authorities are listed in this article, and there are about 560 different ships and boats in this list. And the value of this article might be also important for those people who are investigating their own roots and the fate of their relatives and families. So when we look at the Great Exodus during the Second World War and studying its history, then one of the main things that helps us monitor the fate of these people is also the vessel that was used for leaving. And this may also help the people who are studying their family history. The last but one article in our collection contains an article about a list of camps located in Sweden that housed Estonian refugees.
Erinevalt sellest teise maailma
Unlike Germany before and after the Second World War, where the many people were like stuck in the DP camps for years, then the period of refugee camps in Sweden was quite short, and the state was able to effectively and rapidly integrate the people who arrived also from the Baltic states into the everyday lives of Sweden. People found places of residence, found jobs, but this camp period is also even short, very important, very colorful, and has not been dealt with previously. So this article adds a lot to this. The source of this article is the data from Estonian expatriate press from the autumn of 44 to the spring of 45. This means that about 80, 90 camps are mentioned in this article. Then one can assume that there was the same amount that was not mentioned in the media, because these newspapers didn't have a correspondent in the particular camps that would forward news from them. And the last article in this collection of works is focused on a very important photographic history collection. Gotland photographer David Holmert in the autumn of 1944 took many photos about Estonian and Latvian refugees that had arrived in Gotland, about their everyday life in the camps, how they were fed, their daily routines. And it can happen, if you're interested in this issue of Exodus and you've looked at books, then it may be that you have already seen these photos. But they are very often used out of context, so that the name of the photographer and the context has disappeared over time. But in this article, the same historical photos about the Baltic refugees have been put together and combined with Estonian refugees' memoirs who were there in Gotland at the time. So the photo supports the text and the other way around. That could give us a better understanding of the circumstances of the time. So in the island of Gotland, right across from the sea from here. So what have we done in this collection of works? In summary, what were our attempts to achieve? We wanted to start using new sources. We wanted to give Estonian readers more knowledge that they may not have been able to get access to because of the language barrier. For example, materials that were published in Swedish or Finnish. And we intend to go more in depth when it comes to both the database of the refugees that was mentioned earlier, and also going more in depth into analyzing the issues related to Sweden. And as has been the custom with our collections earlier, then it is a great pleasure for me to present the Estonian version of these collections. The English translation of the collection is just being printed in the printer's shop and should be out by middle of September. So starting from the second half of September, it is also possible to read this collection in English if you do not read Estonian.
siis
And it can be purchased via the web shop of the Tartu University Publishing House. I thank you for your attention.
Teen ka lühida kaubandusliku teadaande.
A brief advertisement. In addition to the web shop of the Tartu University shop, you can also buy the book here outside from the table. But I'm also happy to let you know that we are going to have a small coffee break. When you go outside, you can get coffee, and please be back here at 11:59, because at midday we are going to start the next section of our conference. Thank you for your attention.
Head kohalviibijad ja head külalised teisel pool sätendavaid või helendavaid ekraane.
Dear participants here in Haapsalu as well as online, we're now going to continue with the second half of our conference, and I have a pleasure to invite here the senior researcher of Jyväskylä University, Heikki Roiko-Jokela, and his son, who are going to make the next presentation, which is the Northbound journey of Estonian refugees, secret crossings over the Gulf from Finland, Exile in Sweden, and Extraditions to the Soviet Union. Please.
Right. Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, audience. So, I'm Heikki Roiko-Jokela from Jyväskylä University. And today's presentation, I have the assistant, Tapio Roiko-Jokela. He is my son, and he is a doctoral student in our university too. Why I have an assistant today? Because the doctor have recently done little operation in my heart, you know. And I apologize that my speaking English is not so fluent. So if I need a little help, Tapio will help me. Okay, but some words about the book. Not this book, which you have today, but my book, which have published really 23 years ago. But as we see today, it is up to date in nowadays. My book was written in Finnish, and the name is Unelma vapaudesta, Dream of the Freedom. And the undertitle in Finnish is same as you see in the slide in there. The book is based on the archives in Finland, Foreign Office, Presidents Paasikivi, Kekkonen, Gustav Vilkuna, perhaps you know, Vilho Helonen, and so many persons that I can't remember. And of course, I have read the Finnish newspapers. And one of the very important sorts are our state police documents. I have also read the documents of Estonian archives, Latvian archives, German archives, and I have visited 2 times in Stockholm, in Baltiskar-Kivet, and look at the diary of Jolla's Manor. But then we can go to today's theme, over the Gulf on Finland. As you know, in early spring 1933, the intense escape of Estonians to Finland began, intensifying at the beginning of 1944. Most of the refugees were young men, under 24 years old. How they came to the Finland? We can say that there were 2 main ways. You can see in the slide that the first way is stormaways on ships, port of Paldiski, with transport of Ingerians. That was not legal, it was unlegal. And the second way was with fishermen and former bootleggers with their boats. What was the price of transportation? We can compare the documents and the interviews storing what the refugees have told us. And we can say that the price was something between 100 Ostmark to 3,500 Ostmarks for transportation. Payment was also accepted in the form of clothes, alcohol, gold watches, and drinks. And then Tapio read a slide, and you can of course see it in yourself, what Erik Murusalo told for me what was the price when he came to Finland. Please, Tapio.
So, Erik Murusalo told that I sold my bicycle and I had a lovely leather book bag. I got 2,000 marks for them. With that money, I went to Finland. Someone sold a bicycle, another sold a cow. One way to get to Finland was with homemade liquor. A milk can could hold 25 liters, and with that, you could get to Finland. Many bought their trip with their mother's wedding rings. 2 of my schoolmates stole a pistol from a drunk German and got to Finland with it.
In this picture, you can see Jolla's Manor. Jolla's Manor was a reception center for Estonians arriving in Finland. In that manor, our Finnish state police asked many questions for the refugees. Of course, what is your name? Have you relatives in Finland? Did you come here alone, or were there other people? How many people? Why did you come to Finland? What was the price? The important answer was what? I'm a political reference. Why it was so important? Because Finland did not return political refugees to Estonia. That is why this was very important. From the manor, individuals were transferred to military service in the Finnish army, as you know, or to labor service in city industrial facilities or to manors and farms. And how many refugees came to Jolla's Manor? If we look at the numbers and read the Jolla's diary and other documents, we can say that there were approximately 6,300 Estonian refugees. In the first period, you see what is the first period, there were something about 3,000 refugees. And the second period, there were 3,200 refugees. War ended. Finland signed an armistice agreement 1944 with the Soviet Union. Armistice agreement was Article 10. You see it there. Finland was obligated to immediately hand over to the Soviet Union all Soviet prisoners of war, internees, and forbidden brought individuals present to the country. The most important words are prisoners of war and internees. What happened after and before this agreement? Many people, many Hungarians and civil Estonians escaped to Sweden. They were afraid what will happen in the future. In several locations, so-called public events were held to establish transit roads from the interior to the border crossing points. There were 2 main areas, in rural areas and cities. In rural areas, transportation between locations was either by public transport or by transit personnel who would take the refugees to the next states. Who helped the people in the rural areas? We can say that there were farmers, merchants, and teachers. In cities involved business and organizations such as Viipuri Student Union in University of Helsinki, the Veterans Association in Turku, and the central office in the Ingerian Union. Also, police officers, border guards, clergy, and military officers help Ingerians and Estonians. In the interior included individuals from Academic Karjala Society and those with had a background in the civil guard. What was the Finns' motivations? Their motivations include kinship, solidarity, and the opposition to the communist state police. In the coast, among the transit facilitators, there were also speculators, fishermen, and smugglers.
So, there were repatriations of Estonians under the Article 9 of the Paris Peace Treaty. And there is an important point in this article, which is the 9th article, which says, first, Finland shall take all necessary measures to ensure that the following individuals are detained and handed over for prosecution. And this was especially citizens of allied or associated powers who are accused of violating their country's law by committing treason or collaboration with the enemy during the war.
The Soviet Union demanded an identification of search and repatriations, especially to target individuals who had served in the Finnish and/or German armies. The demands include the repatriation of traitors, as they called. Information was also sought about immigrants. So the immigrants who have come to Finland just after the Russian Revolution. They want their names. They want to know where they live. We don't know why, but we can think about, if we think of the future, why they want the names. Finnish state police have an active role about the Estonian question, also the civil Estonians. In those times, we called in Finland history, it was red police. Why? Why it was red? Because after the war, the communists had take over in our police. Only 2 years, yes. What did the state police done? Mapped out smugglers, infiltrated networks, investigated transit roads and departure areas. Okay, and I think now you see a quite interesting map. We have drawn it when we have read the state's police documents. So, in map you see many roads to Sweden and to Norway. There were roads in 1944 autumn to 1948, perhaps we can also say to 1952. There are 3 main areas. You can see that the one area, we can say it is near Turku, Uusikaupunki, Rauma. That was very important, before the Armantisk and just after that. The second area is in the area in Vaasa. And the third area is not in Oulu, but in northern Oulu. Perhaps you know where Oulu is. And there you can see is the Tornio city. And in Sweden, there is Haaparanta. And we can say, yes, we can say that there is a border between Sweden and Finland. But what kind of border? Okay, the refugees have very easy to go to the Sweden in Tornio to Haaparanta. And in Sweden you can see the many cities where the refugees came. In the fall of 1947, after the Light Control Commission left the country, the Soviet Union believed that the rights of the Control Commission had transferred to the Sweden embassy. This led to controversy and a serious diplomatic notes exchanged between the embassy and the Minister for Foreign Affairs. In the spotlight in the autumn of 1947 to January 1948 was the question of 13 Estonians. If we conclude the war prisoners, there were 15 Estonians. And of course, there are many articles in our newspapers what our Finnish State Police done. It acted actually in the situation. The political leaders exhibit passive resistance, insist that everything must be done according to the letter of the law. The written demanded. So the Soviet embassy write many notes, letters, discuss with our leaders, our president, our foreign minister, ministers, and so on. But the Soviet embassy was not only who pressure Finns. Perhaps you know that in those days in Stockholm was Alexander Varma. Varma wrote many letters to our Forest Minister Karl Enkel. And arrested Estonian wives. What they do? They sent letters to President, to Foreign Minister, and other ministers. This is only one example. Tapio will read it. And when he read it, imagine what the President, Foreign Minister think about the situation. Please.
Since my husband, Ilmar Männik, who is Estonian, was arrested by the Finnish State Police on October 23, 1947, and remains in detention, I dare to turn to you in this grave matter affecting our home, believing that matters are being handled from there. I humbly request that you release my husband. This plea is also on behalf of all Estonians who are imprisoned simply for not being Finnish, but for having come here from across the Gulf and having established a home here. Is this a crime? Is this a crime that we have children for whom they have shed sweat and raised? Are there not enough children in this country who cry for their fathers, yet receive no response? Is it right to deprive children of their fathers whom they love and miss? Since almost all detained Estonians are married and have established a home here, let them come home. They will not harm anyone, nor have they in any way anyone's way. Allow them to live in our homeland, which they have come to and build their homes in. I trust you, and therefore once again ask, please let my husband come home. We need him, my little son and I.
And there were also many critical public statements in our newspapers. Many. I can say that there were something about 20, more than 20 articles. So the Estonian question was very public in Finland in those days. So Tapio, please read this text.
Okay. This is from Finnish newspaper Uusi Suomi. The matter is concerning for our international reputation, let alone from pure humanitarian perspectives. The issue refers to Article 9 of the Peace Treaty, which stipulates that our country must take measures to ensure that detention and handover for prosecution of citizens of the Allied powers who are accused of violating their country's laws by committing treason or collaborating with the enemy during the war. According to this, the actions of our authorities should be based on the fact that the Estonians in question, Soviet citizens, are accused. As far as I know, this does not appear to be the case. Based on what is known so far, it seems that the authorities have exceeded their obligations and acted hastily in handling the matter. Such a perception abroad undermines our country's value as a rule of law state and caused doubt on its standing in the eyes of those who value human rights.
So, our leaders want legal clarifications on the application of Article 9. It was a very difficult decision. What was the result? We can see it in a slide and in our President's diary in our Foreign Office documents. We cannot take the position that the Baltic states do not belong to the Soviet Union. Why? Finland had not recognized that the Estonian belonged to the Soviet Union. It was an independent country. But like Paasikivi said in the diary, and the document said, our, so Finland's own position in political was very complicated in that time. It was time just after the war, and the future was unnecessary. We don't know what will happen in the future. But something our leaders could said. The state police had acted too aggressively. Going forward, demands should be made first, and only then should the rest follow. Paasikivi met Embassy Savonenkov. Savonenkov was very angry. He said, Paasikivi, why there were so many articles about the Estonians in your newspapers? It was unnecessary. What said Paasikivi? Paasikivi said, we have freedom of speech. In the end of that day, he writes in his diary, the time of Bobrikov, you know Bobrikov, the ratification time in Finland, was an idol compared to current area. The news died, repatriations persist, escapes to Sweden continue. Why? We can find 3 points. In spring 1948, rumors circulated about the interruption and obligations of the Treaty of Friendship, cooperation and mutual assistance. Our state police document said that there were something 700 or 800 people, Hungarians and Estonians, who escaped to Sweden. Gromulkas note 1950, the Finnish government is accused to protecting over 300 Soviet citizens who are allied for criminals. Response, many of these individuals had already moved abroad and some had returned to the Soviet Union. And third, Vladimir Puchanov visit to Finland to the embassy. He had a special mission to arrange the repatriation of Soviet citizens, civilian Estonians, to their homeland. Free travel to Soviet Union conditions were reported to be better than in Finland. So fair atmosphere was very powerful with the Estonians who lived in Finland. Okay, and then we take some summary. Nevertheless, the basic point of the departure was that Estonians with civil status who had come to Finland before September 1944 were not returned or handed over to the Soviet Union. Nor did the Soviet Union claim them back. The Russians were interested in their whereabouts, and if they gained this information, Russians visited them. Individual Estonian refugees arrived in Finland after the peace agreement. In accordance with the peace agreement, they were returned to the Soviet Union. The majority of Estonians who came to Finland during the Second World War moved to Sweden before the peace treaty, and conclude they were also smuggled to Sweden after the peace treaty. The following were returned or handed over to the Soviet Union from Finland after the fall of 1944. A. Everyone who came to Finland and got off after the Armistice. A rough estimate is dozens. B. Prisoners of war, those who were in camps or in hiding, and those who were caught. Estimate of individuals. C. Those who had served in the Finnish or German army. The most famous case is January 1948. Some of those who had served in the Finnish army in Finland transferred or were smuggled to Sweden. The majority returned to Estonia in the final stage of the war. Civilians moved or they were smuggled to Sweden. Some of them also stayed in Finland. There are no exact numbers. And finally, we go back time of Paasikivi. What Paasikivi wrote in his diary about the question of Estonian refugees? A terrible matter. All this kind of matters I must be involved in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Järgmiseks ettekandeks on mul rõõm paluda lavale Stockholmi ülikooli ajalooprofessor Bran For.
The next speaker is Per Fronert from the Stockholm University, and he's going to present a paper about Sweden and refugees during the World War II.
Dear audience,
I'm sorry.
I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to contribute. It has been a pleasure to cooperate with Hiljar Tammela at the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory. On a personal level, I appreciate to participate as I'm an old friend of Peter Mark, the son of Heinrich Mark, the last head of state of the Estonian government in exile. In my presentation, I will give you a background on the situation which the Estonian refugees met in Sweden. When the Balts arrived during 1944, the Swedish authorities was to some extent prepared. There existed plans for evacuation of Swedish civilians and how to receive large numbers of refugees. And refugees had already been pouring in from Norway into Sweden from 1941, and in the fall of 1943, Sweden received thousands of Danish refugees. The history of the Baltic refugees in Sweden differs from other refugee groups. They returned home as soon as the war was over, which the Baltic refugees didn't. Some moved on to other countries, but the majority stayed in Sweden. The Estonians, with about 23,000 persons, was the largest group among the Baltic refugees, followed by 5,500 Latvians and a few hundred Lithuanians. In addition, 7,500 Estonian Swedes had already been evacuated in 1940 and 44. During the 1930s, the Social Democrats formed the government. From 1936, in coalition with the Farmers' League, which had a party program talking of a pure race. During these years, the Swedish refugee policy was very restrictive and directed at keeping German Jewish refugees out. Underneath the arguments presented was a self-image of Sweden as a non-immigration country. This was true in the sense that Sweden had very few immigrants and until recently had been a country of emigration. In 1930, only 1% of the population was born outside the country. In these years, there was no state support for refugee reception. The task was totally left to refugee aid organizations. In the summer of 1939, there were 4,500 refugees in Sweden, 2/3 of them Jews, the others political refugees. After the outbreak of the war, it became even more difficult for refugees to enter, which severely hit Poles fleeing from the German and Russian troops. When the war broke out in September 1939, the government declared Sweden neutral in the Great Power War, as a war generally was mentioned. But when the Soviet Union attacked Finland in November, the new unity government declared Sweden to be a non-belligerent country. This opened for support to Finland of large quantities of military equipment, Swedish volunteers, and extensive war credits. So-called Finnish war children were now transferred to Swedish families, an undertaking that grew substantially during Finland's war against the Soviet Union from 1941. In all, about 70,000 Finnish children temporarily were sent away during the war. After the German occupation of Denmark and Norway in 1940, Sweden was practically cut off from Western Europe. An important factor in understanding the relation to Germany was Sweden's substantive dependence of coal from the Germans for heating, railroads, and industry, while the Germans primarily were interested in Sweden's iron ore and ball bearings. During the years 1940 to 43, the government gave important concessions to the Germans, among other things allowing the transportation of a division from Norway to Finland before Germany's attack on the Soviet Union in 1941. There were circles among the military and bourgeoisie in Sweden that were pro-German rather than pro-Nazi, but the broader strata of the population were clearly pro-West. During these years, the government in different ways suppressed press coverage of German war crimes and the persecution of Jews. Sweden was also compliant in its relations with the Soviet Union. Alongside Nazi Germany, Sweden was the only country that recognized the annexation of the Baltic states in 1940. Previously, the openness from Sweden to accept Scandinavian refugees has mostly been explained by the existence of a Nordic idea in Sweden. However, new research has shown that the pressure as such of large number of Norwegian refugees, already from 1941, caused the local border police, with the backing from the government, to refrain from following the existing strict entry rules. The Norwegians were given so-called aliens passports and taken care of by Norwegian exile authorities in Sweden, financed by the Swedish state, by credits. This development with the Norwegian refugees is the most important factor explaining the change of Swedish refugee policy during the war. With 60,000 persons passing Sweden, Norwegians became the largest national refugee group. The change of policy was evident from the end of 1942. The new line was also influenced by the German deportation of the Norwegian Jews, which led to a public uproar in Sweden. 1,000 Jews were now smuggled over the border. The largest challenge for the Swedish authorities before the fall of 1944 was the reception of the Danish Jews. As the German occupation rule in Denmark severely sharpened from the summer of 1943, it became clear that the Danish Jews were in danger. It became possible, due to German internal disagreements, to organize transportation to Sweden, and about 8,000 Danes reached Sweden and were given protections. In 1939, the first state allotments of 500,000 crowns was decided to support the refugee relief organizations. Efforts were also made to get refugees into work. As there already was a shortage of labor in agriculture and forestry, now aggravated by extensive military call-ups, manpower was directed into these sectors. In 1939, the number of men and women among the few refugees were more or less equal, but in the first war years, significantly more men arrived, as a larger part of the Norwegians were young men. The distribution between men and women became more even as families were common both the Danish refugees and the Baltic refugees. The state support for the aid organizations turned out to be inadequate with new refugees pouring in. In 1941, the National Refugee Board was created that also gave support directly to individual refugees. As the Norwegians were cared for by their exile authority, the Baltic refugees became the largest group administered by this authority. Refugees could get financial support, aid to finding a place to live, loans, and healthcare. With all the refugees coming into Sweden in 1944, the state financing grew rapidly. In the state budget for 1945 to 1946, more than 100 million crowns were allotted to refugee reception. During the war, different kinds of camps were organized in Sweden. Most of them gave shelter until the refugees could be processed further, preferably to workplaces. In a few camps, starting from 1940, some communist refugees were interned, and at the end of the war, a large number of Quislings, Norwegians, and Danes who had collaborated with the Germans were interned in Swedish camps. So, how did the situation look like in Sweden by the autumn of 1944, when the Baltic refugees arrived? In October, there was a total of 82,000 refugees and 56,000 people in northern Sweden evacuated from Finland during the Lapland War, when Finland pushed out the German forces. The The reception of the evacuees demanded a substantive administrative effort from the authorities. Besides, at this time, there were still tens of thousands of Finnish war children in Sweden. At the very end of 1944, the number of refugees had grown to 124,000, mainly due to the Baltic refugees. In total, the number of refugees, evacuees, and war children were now about 170,000 persons. In the summer of 1939, it has been 4,500 refugees. As the Baltic refugees arrived on the Swedish coast and on Gotland island, a reception machinery was quickly put into function. After medical examination, where many cases of diphtheria and tuberculosis were identified, the refugees were sent to temporary quarantine camps. Thereafter, they were dispersed to nearly 300 camps throughout Sweden. Unlike previous refugees, residence permits were issued to the group as a whole, not to individuals. The Baltic refugees, men and women, were directed to work as quickly as possible. If possible, into agriculture, where labor was much needed. With the broad social spectrum among the Balts, from fishermen and smallholders to people who belonged to the economic and political elite, there was quite a reluctance to accept these jobs within agriculture, as it was seen as a substantial social degradation. In any case, most Estonians experienced such a social degradation. Many Estonians, also women, took jobs in the industry. As the Balts arrived in the autumn 1944, the work permit requirement was done away for the whole group. After 6 months, 80% of the Baltic refugees had jobs. Sweden's major international rescue operation during the last 2 years of the war were part of these new policies. This was partly the result of US pressure. The actions of the Swedish Foreign Office in Budapest through Raoul Wallenberg in 1944 and the so-called white buses in the spring 1945 are well known. After secret negotiations with Himmler, the Swedish Red Cross was allowed to bring Danish and Norwegian concentration inmates out of Germany. In addition, it was possible to bring with thousands of other prisoners, most of whom were Jewish women. Roughly 19,500 persons were rescued. Another 10,000 former camp prisoners were picked up in the summer of 1945 in Germany. Most of the Nordic refugees returned home after the war. So Estonians were the largest group to remain in Sweden. Only a few individuals returned to Estonia. At the end of the war, the Allies had agreed that persons who had been forcibly relocated during the war, so-called displaced persons, should be repatriated to their former homelands. As the Soviet Union had lost millions of victims, it demanded the repatriation of all persons they considered to be Soviet citizens, including people from the occupied Baltic states. After some time, the Western Allies abandoned the repatriation policy as it partly was pursued with great brutality. The Swedish government did, to some extent, comply to Soviet demands on repatriation. Several thousand Russian soldiers who had landed up in Sweden were repatriated by force and in secret. Another group that caused headaches for the government was 2,700 German soldiers who had made their way across the Baltic Sea. Among them were also 167 Balts. The Swedish, now social democratic government, decided to follow Germany's capitulation conditions and hand over the groups to the Soviets, even if this was not compulsory according to international law. The extradition of the Balts, as the event was called, met extensive criticism in Sweden and abroad. I could put in here the boats were mentioned and that they were listed, and these boats were returned to the Soviets after the war as a sign from the Swedish part. Another issue was the refugees suspected of war crimes on the German side. This concerned more than 300 Estonian refugees. However, the Swedish legislation did not permit prosecution of foreigners for war crimes. Since the Soviets in many cases demanded extradition, the question was viewed in the context of the Cold War, and extraditions were rare. In the Swedish press and in parliament, a pattern of acceptance concerning refugees prevailed during the war, but the tone was sometimes negative. It could be said that refugees took jobs from Swedes. As the Balts fled from the advancing Soviet troops, the Swedish communists quickly started a slander campaign depicting the Balts as fascists and demanded the return of all Balts. The demand for manpower lasted in Sweden, and after the war, the export industry boomed, supplying goods to a Europe in ruins. Thus, the Estonians were demanded on the labor market. In addition, in 1947, an extensive import of manpower from continental Europe started. In 1954, there were already about 200,000 foreigners in Sweden. At the same time, the Swedish government was reluctant to accept all too many refugees and DPs from the continent. From this time, an international refugee regime had been established through the Geneva Convention from 1951 on refugees, which Sweden ratified. But the number of refugees in Europe was limited, and Sweden followed a quite restricted line up till around 1970. Most of these refugees came from communist East Europe. Swedish trade unions had considerable influence on work permits. To a large extent, they also secured wages and conditions for immigrant workers who mostly worked within industry. Political regulations covered health insurance and unemployment compensation. However, in practice, the situations of immigrants was often poor, as they started on the lowest step on the labor market. There was also an ethnic hierarchy where Nordic refugees were preferred, and the Estonian Swede counted to the Nordic refugees, could also be added. Relations between the unions and the Baltic refugees were often tense. among Estonians there was suspicion against the unions, as these had been under communist control in Estonia. One example is from 1945, then when the Norrköping section of the textile trade union demanded the expulsion of all Balts in Sweden. One reason put forth was that the Balts stayed out of the unions. But the demand was met with critique in large parts of the press. The union also presented the widespread accusation that there were Nazis among the Estonians. However, the Confederation of Trade Unions persuaded the Norrköping section to back down from its demand. The fact is that most Balts after some time did join trade unions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to sum up. Some factors facilitated the arrival and integration of the Estonian refugees. One important factor was that the Baltic refugees were war refugees. They came in a situation of war. They arrived under dramatic circumstances during a short time period and not on an individual basis, as had been the case during the 1930s, when thousands of German Jewish refugees were refused entry or expelled. Another factor was that Sweden had already gone through a learning process, as one historian formulates it, during the war, on how to handle the reception of large groups of refugees, the Norwegians and the Danes. Important for the integration of the Balts was also that they arrived to Sweden in a situation when the labor market was favorable and manpower was highly needed. Thus, from a situation before the war, when refugees in general were kept out, Sweden went through a dramatic development during the war. After actions of solidarity to Finland and the acceptance and then the active help to Scandinavian refugees, among them also Jews, at the end of the war, the Baltic refugees were accepted and Sweden also engaged in international rescue actions. Sweden's moral space had obviously expanded. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Järgmiseks kuulame ettekannet Eesti.
The next presentation will be about Estonian Swedes and them leaving Estonia. Therefore, I would now like to invite Ivar Rüütli, historian. So, on my behalf, I would also like to thank you. It's a pleasure to be a part of this conference, as previous participants have also said. But I am here more as a translator of book, because the idea of my presentation is based on a book named Falcon Flight. I will come back to this. But it's connected to a specific person, Dr. Ludwig Lienhard, who played a great role in the exodus of Estonian Swedes. And it's all mainly about events in 1944. But my story is also in the collection of articles, and it's a general overview over the materials that have been researched until now. And the topic of Estonian Swedes generally is unknown. For Estonians, it has become better now during the latest years. But the arrival of Estonian Swedes and them living in Estonia and leaving Estonia is rather unknown for Estonians. I would like to introduce this prologue from 1948. And it was published in Kustboon, the newspaper of Estonian Swedes. And a young school teacher, Viktor Aamann, wrote a story in this issue of the newspaper how for several summers Estonian Swedes have been sharing their historic knowledge about their background. It has been both the Uppsala University and the Dialect Archive, as well as the Svenska Ordlingens Vänner, the academic society, that has gathered this information. And the goal of this was that we, as a separate ethnic group, Estonian Swedes, we will not disappear totally, and the information about us will be published in a book. So back then a lot of work was done, but generally we could say that Estonian Swedes themselves have been researching about themselves mostly. And now, talking about the flight, I would once again like to mention the same person, Viktor Aamann, who I quoted earlier. He was from Nukke, and he was a teacher, and in the beginning of May 1943, he was one of the first ones who fled from Estonia, and through Finland and some adventures there, he finally came to Stockholm, and there he focused on reception of Estonian Swedes and putting down their stories. And later on, he became known also as the one who collected and put together all these stories. And his book has been published in Estonian, Äraminek, or Exodus, and in Sweden it was published already in 1961. This is the first more thorough description about resettlement of Estonian Swedes. Very interesting stories. On the right side there is a Swedish language book, a family story, a book, big book, and it's about Estonian Swedes and their exodus over the Gulf of Finland. Here, this book includes different memoirs, interviews, lists, boat by boat. And I could say that the number of boats who arrived to Sweden were about 290, and about 100 boats who came over to Sweden also put down their memoirs about how they came to Sweden, where they originally come from. And this all was put for 70 years to an archive. And then it was recently made available again. But then there are also lists of the big boats that in an organized way came over to Sweden. So for the ones who are interested in genealogy, it's also very interesting. And some data have been renewed there. Well, generally saying, there is a lot of material available and more is to come. And after archives are opened, maybe the SEPO is a good example with the materials of SEPO. the life story of Ludwig Lienhardt is based on SEPO materials, security police materials. But we could say that Swedes in Estonia, they arrived in a silent manner. We don't know when they arrived to Estonian coasts. We know that in the 13th century they existed here already. In the 16th century, you can see on this map where the Swedish inhabitants lived all over the coastal area, as well as Dagö and Rune. So later on, these areas became smaller based on different reasons, wars, and diseases, assimilation problems, conflicts with landowners. Later on, the area inhabited by Swedes was smaller, and in 1930s, the area was, like you can see on the map right now. So it's mainly in northwestern Estonia, and around two areas, Rikul and Urmsö, were mainly Swedish language areas. Nukke was a double language area, and other areas were with mixed population. And the exception were the islands, which Rune and Urmsö being fully Swedish language areas, Nargö having both Estonian and Swedish population. Well, another example of medieval Swedish language population in Finland. So always Estonian Swedish population was dependent on the Swedish populated areas in Finland. And now some words about statistics. In 1934, according to census, there were 7,600 Swedes living in Estonia. That was 0.7% of the total number of population, a very compact population. And 2/3 of them lived in Western Estonia. So this was not the same as with Baltic Germans. But on the other hand, the Swedish Estonian Swedes were still rather splittered all over this place with different dialects, and it was difficult for them to adapt to the changes in 1930s. Now, the resettlement did not happen all of a sudden, but 1930s were worrying as such. There were lots of problems. Viktor Aman, the author, he also points out the motives of resettlement. These areas of Estonian Swedes were, so to say, full overpopulated. In Urmsö and Rikul, for example, and the places where Estonian Swedes were living were not meant really for agriculture, maybe cattle breeding, but mostly all activities were connected to the sea. Also, assimilation, especially in Vihipal region, was a problem. They had to fight for a Swedish language school. Birth rates were low, and also from Reformsi and Reguldi area, more and more young Estonian Swedes were relocating to Helsinki or Stockholm, and from Nukke people were relocating mainly to Tallinn. So, and then there was this campaign of Estonification in 1930s that the Soviet powers were using in their propaganda later on. So the role of the Estonian language in the local school system was increased, and there was also an obligation of using the Estonian language in the administration. So Swedes were scared of that. And then in 1939, I will now show the former slide once again with the areas of Swedish inhabitants. So they had come to strategically very important areas during medieval times, because this was also about trade routes, and the Christians wanted to protect these trading areas. And this was something that very much affected them after Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed, especially in the northern part, because the northern islands, as Nargö and Pakri Islands, they were meant for the Soviet army when the Soviet powers came. But the back supporting areas were disappearing for Estonian Swedes. That's what they were scared of. And in addition, when Baltic Germans left Estonia in the autumn of 1939, the natural question was that why can't we do the same? And then the military basis was established in Estonia. It was a time of confusion because officially it was said that nothing will happen, but then it was obvious that Roiko-Jokela, the two islands, they had to evacuate first. And then the inventory was made there. And Nargö and Odinsholm were the next ones to be evacuated. And by June 1940, these islands were evacuated and Soviet military bases were established there. Then the question arose that what can we do with them? People from Roiko-Jokela, they said that we are not going to the mainland. We would like to go to an island. Then the Odinsholm people, they were replaced, resettled to Urmsö, but it didn't suit them because there were different sea waters there. So therefore the Swedes from Urmsö and Roiko and Odinsholm, they were, so to say, put nowhere. And then when Soviet powers were introduced, then they were they organized the first group to resettle to Sweden, 110 Swedes from the islands of Roiko-Jokela. Then there was a longer break, and the Soviet administration refused to discuss this topic at all, despite the fact that Estonian Swedes clearly expressed the will to discuss relocation, resettlement of Estonian Swedes. And I'm not going to go more into details. Certainly during the war, very many things happened. There was also a period of deportation when, for example, Nicolaus Blaise, the National Secretary of Estonian Swedes, as well as Matthias Westerblom, the Parliament member of Estonian Swedes, as well as priests. So many active members of the Estonian Swedish society were eliminated, and different requirations and other events that happened. And by the fall of 1941, when the civilian government of Germany was established, then the prerequisites changed. But the main thing was that the Iron Curtain during the first Soviet year now disappeared, and towards Finland, towards Sweden, it was possible to freely communicate, and the contacts that meanwhile had disappeared had been restored already, and these contacts were used from both sides. And we definitely have to talk also about German military bureaucracy, because it has been stressed that the structure was confusing and complicated, and the circumstances were changing all the time. But of course, in the background system, there are also different committees, national committees, private initiatives who are organizing different things, also private persons that are involved in organization. And if we also add the military events, we can see that it's such a complicated period. Always different things happen. People have to reorientate themselves, find new ways out, and then rely on their own private smartness and connections. But just a couple of words about these committees. The most important one is the Committee of Roiko Swedes. In 1940 it was established, and it was founded as a Swedish foundation in order to adopt Swedes from Pakri Island or Roiko-Jokela. And then it was later on renamed to the Committee of Estonian Swedes. But then there are a number of private committees from 41-42 who were working on humanitarian aid. So that's a special group. But talking about private individuals, because they play a very important role in this process. And all of them had their own characters and special characteristics. Here I would like to mention Carl Mutander. Estonian readers do know his name. His books have been published in Estonia. He was a journalist from Sweden participating in Estonian War of Freedom. And then after Estonian Independence War, married Benita von Wrangel, Baltic German lady, and lived in Estonia in 1930s. And later on, when he left for Sweden, he was also the one who influenced the public opinion in Sweden and organized humanitarian help. And he was the one who organized aid shipments and the first wave of resettlement. And some books, the White Ship of the Swedish King that he wrote and published in 1949, it's also in Estonian available. And the second individual who is not mentioned that much, but quantitatively he did more, Ludwig Linhart, a very specific person, half Danish, half German. He was from Flensburg, on the border areas between Denmark and Germany, and first defending the Danish interests. Then he switched to Nazi part, and then he spoke Nordic languages, and then became interested in Estonian Swedes. And when in 1941 German troops came to Estonia, he was also occupying both Tallinn and the island of Vormsö. And then he became the referent of Estonian Swedes in the German government, in other words, the right to represent Estonian Swedes and be the connecting link between German civil powers and Estonian Swedes. And he was the one who tried also to create civil autonomy of Estonian Swedes. But we knew very little about him. But this book I mentioned in the beginning by Markus Wallén, a Finnish-Swedish journalist, Falkens Flykt, and it's very much based on the archive of Swedish security police, SEPO, that has now become publicly available. There are many protocols there about the interviews with them, and in September 1944, with the last ship Trina, Linhard arrived also to Sweden, and he applied for Swedish citizenship, but then finally had to escape to Argentina, and then he lived there for years, but still died in Flensburg. That's a very short summary about him. But in this book, there are many personal details that are very interesting. Now let's continue. A couple of more words about private persons. We can't say that from the side of the Estonian side there was nobody who would be active. And for example, Hjalmar and Ivar Pööl, sons of their father, who was active member of the Estonian parliament, Hans Pööl, and they were from Urmsö and also the Estonian St. Michael's congregation. Both of them still later on came to Sweden and continued to work as priests there. But they were compiling the lists of Swedes and so on. And then also a couple of words about the German war bureaucracy. There were several levels of General Commissariat of Estonia, Gestapo, Waffen-SS, Estonian self-administration, etc., etc. And all these institutions did not cooperate very well, or were even working against each other. And in order to orientate in these circumstances, this really required special abilities. And therefore, as Estonian Swedes say, Linhard was most professional one. He knew, he had contacts, and he also could orientate himself, although it has not been researched. But let's continue. In 1942, in the summer of 42, humanitarian aid was sent to Estonian Swedes. It included also agricultural tools, fishermen's tools, boats, also drugs, school books, etc., etc. And that aid shipment came in the summer of 1942. And then the first near contacts between Swedish and Estonian administration were found. And general situation was researched. Then let's continue with 43. Then the question arose whether it would be possible to take to Sweden in a humanitarian order the older people and children in order to get some treatment in Sweden. And the German powers had difficulties in fighting this suggestion. There were 43 people on board, Seagull was the ship called, and in November there were 3 more trips organized with a vessel named Odin. So with all these 4 trips, about less than 800 people were taken to Sweden, and Viktor Aamann said that among Estonian Swedes there had never been so many sick people, because that was a requirement to be a part of the transport. Now, Hiljar already mentioned that there were 2 different ways of escape. First were flykt in Swedish, which was illegal, and överflyttning in Sweden, which was resettlement under control and organized. And these 2 processes happened parallelly until the end of war. But the flight started after the Stalingrad battle, where the Germans were defeated, and then the flight intensified. And the organizers of this departure were young men who tried to escape from mobilization to the Soviet army. This is not anything specific about Estonia. Many young men also went to Finland. There were all in all about 300 boats and about 2,000 refugees. The motors that had been sent to Estonia as humanitarian aid were also used for the boats and other vessels to take the refugees over to Finland. And in Finland, they met the administration, and after that, interviews, etc., they could take a regular transportation to Sweden. And many of the refugees were young men. They hoped to come back when the situation will change. It lasted until the next summer. Then there was this new battle under Kursk, where Germany again was defeated, and they were withdrawing themselves. And then already this fleeing from Estonia became more intense. Rosen Norlin has drawn this picture, and this is fleeing from Nargö, Naissaar. And here on the scheme you can see who was sitting where, what they carried with them, even a bicycle, fishing gear, and everything else in order to continue their lives in Sweden. And Nargö, Naissaar was very active with boat departures. And this was about illegal escape. But then the second one was this överflyttning, resettlement, and unorganized way of fleeing from Estonia. Basically, you had to do it behind the backs of Central Powers of Germany, and they had to keep low profile. And in Sweden, they had to keep a low profile. You can see that in 1940, the Pakri Island people, and in 1943, the sick were transported, and in 1944, the big vessel Johan was used for transportation. And then also a trip for also bringing people out was organized. On one hand, it was illegal. On the other hand, it was not illegal, because the ones who already had fled once from Estonia, they came back for a trip to bring also their relatives to Sweden, and they arrived in the midnight in February. They picked their family members, and in the early morning they traveled back. It was about a very short period. Part of Estonia, Vormsi, Noarootsi, Riiguldi, Urmsenok, and it was a combination of illegal and legal resettlement. And now we come to more general activities in
the front had moved to Narva by the beginning of 1944, and a change has occurred also in the transport of the sick. Mothander is pushed out and Linhart takes his place, and in March 44 becomes the coordinator of refugees granted by the Swedish government. That meant that for a fee he conveys the Swedish population in Estonia to Sweden, and by that time there was about more than half of the Estonian Swedes left, and they were mostly women, children and elderly, the ones who were not useful for the Germans at all. They were just a bother for them, and you have to pay money for their upkeep. So in March 44 this officially started. Linhart was given the authority to do this, and in April 44 the brothers Pearls established a resettlement committee. They started putting together lists, and in June relevant ship was requisitioned, an Estonian ship named Juhan. You see, this is a quite nice ship, quite new as well, only completed in 1938 in Saaremaa. It was actually a cargo ship, not meant for passenger travel, but it was rebuilt quickly, and Juhan started the voyages at around midsummer 1944. According to the agreement that Linhart had concluded with the Swedish government, every ship could take on 300 Swedes as a maximum, in order not to show the German central government that this was going on. And this rule was not abided by. There were also voyages with 600 Swedes. The ship was overpopulated, but it was a robust vessel. Altogether there were 9 trips up until September, and altogether more than 30,000 people, Swedes, were taken, plus the same number of Estonians. And the departure places were either Tallinn, Smaalbakri, Paldiski, Haapsalu, Vormsi, Rohuküla or Ruhnu. So depending on the need and the situation. So people were collected here and there and were taken to Sweden, and the ship turned back to Estonia, and the interval was 2 weeks. And here's some photos how this occurred. There were lists, and the resettlement committee that the brothers Pearls kept was dealing with putting up the lists. The lists were individual. That meant that each person has to make an individual application that I, as a Swede, want to get over to Sweden. You had to prove that you're a Swede as well. To do that, you either had to have a certificate, for example, a certificate from school or from the clergyman, or witnesses, at least witnesses had to say, and you had to have be 1/4 a Swede. One grandparent has to be a Swede. You also could be a member of the SOV, a Swedish Education Association, that granted you a special card, and there was a stamp put on it, and that was like a document that gave you the right for passage. Look at some of the photos, look at the faces. Some are excited, but not all of them are excited, and there are young people and the elderly. No young men, they were not allowed. And now we look at the graph here. The blue columns show resettlement and the red ones the illegal fleeing. So you can see the dynamics. In the middle of 1943, you can see two higher peaks, which is where the sick people were taken out. And then in 1944, the real thing happened when the Johan took Swedes out in 1944. And we have also a graph about the regions from where people left and by what means. Yeah, in some cases more people fled, and in some cases resettlement occurred. Let's take now a look at the summary. About 1/3 of the Swedes went by small boats, and 2/3 were resettled. This is the dynamics, and about 15% were left behind. So this is how it was. But this you can also read more in the article. I'm leaving out the statistics, and I hope it was interesting for you. Thank you.
Nendele konverentsi kuulajatele, kes on
the ones who are listening online, you have to make up your mind about lunch break, but we are going to have lunch break here. And we invite you back by 14:09 so that we can start 14:10 and start looking at a new documentary. Thank you.
tere pärastlõunat, head
Good afternoon, dear guests, both here in Haapsalu and following us all across the globe online. Our afternoon session will begin by a screening of a documentary film. But before that, I would like to invite the producer and director of the film, Marko Poolamets, and Olev Liivik from the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory. And please, Mr. Poolamets and Liivik, the floor is yours.
tere päevast ka kõigile.
Good afternoon on my behalf as well, both here and online. My name is Marko Poolamets, and next to me is Olev Liivik. By way of introduction of the documentary film, we wanted to share some thoughts with you. The Estonian Institute of Historical Memory is managing an oral history portal, Kogu Me Lugu, and that portal has been recording people's stories for more than 10 years. And we have more than 350 interviews with people's lives. And they are mostly focused on the people who have suffered in one way or another in the Second World War or after the Second World War. We have gathered these stories related to deportations, imprisonment and escape. Before we started working with this film, in 2021, we started going to Sweden because we knew that there are still people there who have been direct witnesses of the escapes. And during the time we have filmed both in Sweden and then also this year in Germany, close to 30 interviews with Estonians living in those countries. And in our documentary film, we only have stories of 5 persons, 4 of them living in Sweden and 1 in the United States. But we could have added any number of stories because all of them are individual stories. They all have their own nuances. But we had to make a choice. And so these people were chosen, as you're going to see. The persons who are sharing their thoughts in this documentary film, their memories come from the time when they were children or teenagers, because understandably there are fewer and fewer direct witnesses of these events. So the memories in the films come through the eyes of a child or a teenager. What is important for us is the following. The interviews, as a rule, are quite long. Some are 90 minutes long, some even 4 or 5 hours. And given our rapid tempo of life today, we cannot follow all these interviews at such length. But editing such interviews and picking some sections of those interviews maybe gives the people an idea or a possibility how to understand better these times and what happened then. And sharing the stories of those people makes it possible to see the historical events not as an anonymous event, but through a specific person's eyes. And I would now like to give the floor to Olev. and he's going to tell us how he sees this process as an interviewer. I'm just picking from what Marko just said. I think that I wouldn't have undertaken to carry out those interviews with Estonians in Sweden if I didn't have certain experiences from the stories of those people who left in the 1940s and around that time. I started with this work already earlier in Germany with my colleague Tammela, and this was quite a good experience for me because unlike what we are doing now in Sweden and sometimes in Estonia as well, because among the Estonians in Sweden are people also who visit Estonia quite frequently. But the experience from Germany was quite different. Those who resettled, they were also of Estonian background, but they did not know who or what they were. Their identities were messed up. They had determined themselves or identified themselves as one and then another. For example, when we left in 1941, they were Germans. Then they turned out to be Estonians. Then again Germans. So it was quite complicated to have a discussion with them. They were not willing to speak about some issues even. And the most complicated thing was that they were not able to give a meaning to the society or community that they were part of. They seemed to be alone there. But the situation is somewhat different with Sweden. But when you're watching this documentary and imagine the discussions with people whom you don't actually know, strangers, because those people are more open who consider the story or being Estonian or Estonian as a country more important. This is definitely not a general overview of Estonians in Sweden. It is the story of those people who consider Estonia important for their identity and people who are ready to share this with others as well. And I'm really happy that during these 4 years there have been a sufficient number of people who are willing to share their stories. And this story in many cases also is available for you through the portal Kogume Lugu. And also many people share their story for the first time. I and Marko, when we visited Sweden now, we saw that we can divide these people into 2 groups. One group is the ones who have given meaning to their escape already earlier. They have put things down. They have kept a diary or written memoirs for their children or grandchildren, or they have printed articles or had articles published in the media in Sweden or in Estonia sometimes. And then there's another group who are telling the story for the first time. So I do hope that you can distinguish these 2 groups from the documentary as well. By way of a hint, I can tell you that these 2 women definitely have not shared their stories publicly. And why I'm saying this, when we went to take these interviews, then next to the interviewee, the grandchildren were also sitting next to their mother or grandmother, and they were listening also this story for the first time. Definitely there were details that had been mentioned earlier, but the whole story was told through this interview. It became a story through these interviews. And I think this is very important. And I'm really happy that we've had so many good people in Sweden who have also guided us to these different storytellers. And maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that there are people who are ready to share the stories, and there is also the second generation already. So I get the feeling that there are more people who are ready to share their stories in both generations. So the Kogume Lugu portal has already served its purpose if there are people who are ready to tell their stories. It is not only for the general public, but it is very important also for the families themselves. And also through these interviews, through these meetings with people, oftentimes in their homes, we are also going through this emotional experience, but also how this happened in physical terms. What was taken along, what things are important now, like photos and things. So we are creating a new context for these things. And naturally, it's a pity that we could not have interviews with everyone with whom we'd planned to do this. We intended to start already back in 2020, but then we had the pandemic, and sadly some of the interviews were not taken because of that. For example, with Alexander Loit, I would have loved to meet him very much, and he was also looking very much forward to this and had prepared very much for this interview, but sadly he departed. So we were running against time. When we were looking at the Umsiedlung people of 1941, this happened in the same way, and it is true also for those who left in 1944. That is why I am really happy that Marko picked 3 very important stories from the teenagers of the time, and one of the ladies wasn't even a teenager any longer. We met her when she was almost 100 years old, and she had left as a young girl. So the experiences are different from the ones who left as children or teenagers. So the 5 stories also show us the different ages and genders of these people. And the stories also are similar, but at the same time they are quite different. How smart you had to be, how lucky you had to be in order to leave Estonia and the war raging in Estonia. And I would like to thank colleagues, Hiljar and Olev, and other colleagues as well, who have helped us and given us advice. And also I would like to thank Anna-Lena Vaher, who is present here today, who is also one of the authors of this film and has contributed a lot. Thank you.
Nüüd enam suure põranda peale ei lasta, sellepärast
Now you can't come up here because in 26 seconds our conference hall becomes a cinema hall. So we are going to watch the screening of the documentary film Fleeing Departure into the Unknown. It is a world premiere here in Haapsalu. So the film brings to the viewer the topic of refugees, the stories of refugees and returnees of the example of Sweden, and illustrates the void left by refugees in Estonian society. Enjoy the film.
aasta alguseks jõudsid teise maailmasõja lahingud uuesti Eestimaa piiridele ja inimestel süvenes järjest arusaam, et uus Nõukogude okupatsioon on kohe-kohe algamas. Inimesed, kes olid kogenud Nõukogude okupatsiooni juba 1940–1941 aastal, said aru, et uutest repressioonidest ei ole pääsu ja paljudele tundus, et ainus võimalus oma lähedaste elu säästmiseks on kodumaalt vähemalt ajutiselt lahkuda ja loota, et Eesti Vabariik uuesti pärast sõda taastatakse. Nii algas 1944. aasta kevadel inimeste aktiivsem pagemine esialgu Põhja-Eestist ja Virumaalt, kus rinne Narva all ligemal oli. 1944. aasta suvel jõudis rinne Eestis järjest ligemale Tallinnale ja suve lõpuks oli enamikele inimestele selge, et Eesti langeb Punaarmee kätte nii ehk naa. Küsimus oli vaid ajas, millal see juhtub. Kuni selle ajani püüdsid kohalikud Saksa võimud tagasi hoida eestlaste kodumaalt pagemist. 1944. aasta augustiks oli olukord aga jõudnud sinnamaani, et ka kohalikud Saksa võimud tunnistasid, et võib-olla küll ajutiselt langeb Eesti Punaarmee kontrolli alla ja hakati ka ametlikult pakkuma võimalust inimestele Saksa laevadega evakueerumiseks, et minna Saksamaale.
Kui sakslased hakkasid taanduma ja enam-vähem kõik teadsid, et Eesti Vabariigist ei tule midagi välja, vaid et venelased tulevad uuesti sisse ja hirm venelaste eest oli see kõige suurem. Minu nimi on Hando Kask. Ma olen sündinud Tallinnas 1938 jaanuarikuul. Kui me hakkasime põgenema, oli ju võimalik minna kas Soome või Rootsi või Saksamaale. Võimalik ja võimalik. Soome ei julgenud minna, sest Soome oli väga Vene Moskva paela otsas. Rootsi põgenemine oli põhiliselt need, kellel olid paadi ja kaluritega ühendust. Nagu mingid reguliaarselt laeva ei läinud Rootsi üldse, see olid kalapaadid, kes viisid inimesi. Reguliaarselt oli ainult Eesti rootslasi, mida riik viis ära. Ja meie põgenesime õnneks mitte selle kõige suuremal kaosel septembri lõpus, vaid augusti lõpus, sest isa sai tulla Tallinnasse, et vaadata seda Pitka armee sündi, et kas sellest tuleb midagi välja, oli saadetud kohe Tallinnasse. Ja siis ta aitas meid laevale, ta oli sadamas ja siis ta jäi ise Tallinnasse alles, sest ta ei tohtinud ju midagi teha muud. Ja jäi alles, kuni venelased tulid sisse, ta jäi venelaste selja taha ja põgenes sealt kauge läbi metsade ja Saaremaale ja sealt läks üle Lätti paadiga ja siis tagasi Saksamaale lõpuks.
Mu vanemad palju rääkisid, et sõda ja kes nende sõpradest oli ära surnud või tapetud ära või perekond läks kaduma ja mees isa võeti ära ja siis lapsed taheti ära võtta. Ja minu nimi on Külliki K. Sprenk-Steen ja ma olen praegu 84-aastane ja kui me Eestist ära tulin, olin ma 5-aastane ja nüüd olen praegu Eestis tagasi 79 aasta järele. Ma ei ole siin olnud 79 aastat, mõtle, see on rohkem kui eluaeg. Ja nii olid Eesti poisid ei tahtnud olla venelastel ega sakslastel ja siis mu isa oli neid aidanud, et teinud neil operatsiooni. See pimesoolik on väga kerge välja võtta. Ma ei tea, kui palju isa tegi, aga ta nii mõnikord ütles ja sellepärast mu isa kartis, et kui venelased teda kätte saavad, siis ta on kadunud. Hilja ööse tuli üks veoauto ja tuli välja, et mu isa oli nii altkäe maksnud ühel mehele, kes töötas haiglas ja need sõidavad selle veoautoga ringi ja et tema oli altkäe maksnud talle, et tule suure veoautoga ja võta meid Tallinnasse. Ema, isa ema, mu vanaema Jenny, mina ja mu õde, kõik oli pime, me ei tohtinud häält teha üldsegi ja ma usun, mu isa andis meile kõigile palderiaalid lastele, et me magame. Ja siis mu õde jäi vait, ei nutnud enam ja siis magasi, siis ma vaatasin, et mul oli väga ebamugav olla, et ma olin liiga pikk 5-aastane ja siis ma panin oma pää kellegi sülle ja jalad teise inimese sülle ja siis ma jäin magama ja me sõitsime terve öö paistes, et ja ei olnud tulesi. Ei tohtinud häält teha ega tule teha ja aegamööda see veoauto sõitis, et ta ei teinud häält. Sellepärast, et kui venelased olid juba nii metsas ja lasid püssiga ja oleks nad leidnud meid kuulnud, siis oleks meil läbi olnud kõik.
Minu isa oli suurlaeva omanik, tal oli enamus reisijate laevatotja käes. See suurlaev, mis oli see, käis kogu aeg Soome vahet ja pisikene käis. See on tema esimene laev, käis Hiiumaa ja Rohuküla vahet ja sellega ta tegeles, kuni venelased tulid ja siis ühel heal päeval tuli papa koju ja ütles, et nad viskasid mu välja ja võtsid laevad kõik üle, nii nagu see tavaliselt juhtus Eestis, mitte ainult meie peres, vaid paljudel. Ma olen 4 halbu ja sündinud Sergu ja minu sünniaeg on jaanuar 14 1922. Ja siis ma sain head tööd Harjud enam 12 turukorralduse valitsuses oli see nimi. See oli Sergu Pennu, tema oli minu, kas ta oli kaugelt sugula või igatahes minu isa juures oli kontoriametnik. Ma läksin selle Sergule viima toitu, mõtlesin, ma annan, irvutan talle, annan 3 kõvat uksekella talle ja uks läks lahti ja igas nurgas oli Saksa sõdur püssiga ja mind pandi sinna kesktuppa seisma ja siis viidi mind üldsuutega. See oli Vabadusväljakul oli suur lokaal. Viidi sinna sisse ja sealt viidi mind õhtul Patari vanglasse ja seal ma olin augustikuuni. Sain niisuguse kaubaga välja, et ma pean iga nädal ennast üles andma, et ma olen siin. Ja siis hakkasid inimesed Saksamaale minema, põgenema. Ja kuidas öelda, mina muidugi nende hulgas, siis ma läksin, võtsin ühendust ühega, kellel on laevad ja siis üks laev läheb Saksamaale. Ma ütlesin, ükskõik kus kohta läheb.
Me tulime, Haapsalu olin ma 10-aastane, kuigi me pääsesime sellest küüditamisest. Aga saime teada, et me emapoolsetel sugulastest Narvas viidi minema algul küüditamisega tema üks tädipoegadest, ta oli ohvitser majori kraadis veel, ja teine tema tädipoegadest oli ka ohvitser majori kraadis, arreteeriti hiljem ja kadus. Kui sakslased olid saabunud, siis varsti kutsuti minu isa politseisse, ma ei tea, mis politseisse siis oli, ja näidati talle ühte nimekirja, kus selgus siis, et me olime määratud maha laskmisele kogu perega, enne kui nad lahkuvad linnast sakslaste tulekul täna. Haapsalu lossiplatsil. Me lahkusime Eesti pinnalt sel päeval, kui mina sain 16-aastaseks minu sünnipäeval. Ja minu nimi on Paul Laan ja mul on sündinud 28. augustil 1928. Ja no sündisin Narvas. Siis räägiti tihti, et rahvas põgeneb paatidega. Ja me seda kuulsime ja ka minule ei räägitud palju, aga ma sain natuke aru, mida räägiti ja millest räägiti. Ja ühel päeval tuleb isa, see oli siis augustis, me läksime juba märtsis paralõppa, augustis ja linnast, ta elas ju linnas edasi ja teatab meile, et järgmise päeva õhtul me lahkume paadiga Rootsi. See on kõik juba ette määratud ja et hakake kohe midagi kaasa saab võtta, igaüks saab ühe kohvri ja tuleb kohe minge, sõitke linna, tulge ja hakake pakkima. Kõigil oli meil arvamine, et me ainult põgeneme korraks, me tuleme peagi tagasi. Pakkisime ja siis tuli teade, et sõit on üks päev edasi lükata, tuleb hoopis järgmisel õhtul. Nii et me olime siis emaga edasi linnas ja vennaga ja mina veel sain oma ühe sõbraga kokku, kellega ma tihti koos olin kooliga vennaga, kes oli ka mu pinginaaber üks vahe olnud. Ja meie saime kokku ja mina ei hoidnud seda saladust endale, rääkisin temale ära. Ja siis oli niiviisi kokku leppitud, et ainult meie tuleme, isa ei tule seekord kaasa. Ja paat tuleb Rootsist. Nii et õhtul pool pimedas juba pidime siis meie kogunema jaama ligidale, Haapsalu jaama ligidale, ühte kohta seal, kus juba mets algab. Siis tuli üks suur veoauto ja pandi meid siis sinna auto peale. Ja siis sõitsime, juba hakkas pimenema, sõitsime pimeda metsa kusagile randa, väljaspool linna, millist kohta ma ei tundnud varem. See paat ei olnud veel tulnud, vaid meid pidi viidama siis väikese paadiga ühte väikse saare peale väljaspool seal merel, mille nimi oli Liiasaar, üks pisike saar, kus peal oli ainult üks heinaküün. Ja väikese paadiga hakati meid viima, meid oli umbes 30 inimest, mis pidime tulema koos paadiga. Ja hakkas viima siis sinna saare peale, aga see väike paat ei saanud võtta, kui ainult mõne üksiku. Nii see viimine kestis tükk aega ja meid viidi lõpupoole alles ema ja vennaga ja me saime selle paadi peale alles, kuni kell oli vist kunagi juba 4:30 hommikul. Ja seal saare peal me veetsime siis kogu järgmise päeva. Ja see oli väga ilus suvepäev ja minu sünnipäev.
Kui oli rünnak venelaste poolt Tallinnale, siis põles siis palju maju maha ja seal oli, kus mina elasin, see maja põles ka. Nii et meil ei olnud nagu, siis oli isa juba arreteeritud. Me ei teadnud, kus ta üldse on. Kas ta on viidud Venemaale või on ta Eestis vanglas. Ei olnud kuskilt küsida ka mitte, sest keegi ei vastanud midagi. Mu nimi on Eha Tent. Sündinud Tallinnas 26. detsembril 1926. Minu ristiema Minu ristteema õde oli abielus Vompaga ja Vompal oli villa Meriväljal. See Vompa tuli meil järgi ja viis meid laeva peale ja see oli juba viimane aeg minna laeva peale, sest et front oli nii ligidal juba venelased. Ja linn pandi põlema kuidagi, linn põles kõik. Osa inimesi läks varjendisse laeva pealt, need, kes juba oli tulnud laeva edasi sõita. Ja need jäid sinna laeva peale ja need läksid ju mingi Saksa laeva peale said ja läksid Saksamaale. Ja meie tulime Vompaga siis siia Rootsi. Siis kui oli suur mere peal oli suur lainetus ja torm, siis ta seadis ju selle kompassi nii, et ta sai selle laeva, mis oli juhitud ju Saksamaale tegelikult konvois, sai ta sellest konvoist välja. See oli tema tegu, et ta seda tegi. Ja sõja ajal ta ju aitas inimesi osaliselt, nagu ma aru sain, väikeste paatidega Soome. Ja sealt läks ju osa edasi, tulid Rootsi. Vompa on hiljem ütelnud, et laeva oleks mahtunud palju rohkem inimesi. Aga ta ei saanud nii palju inimesi kokku. See läks nii kiireks see kõik, tähendab põgenis. Sakslased tulid või venelased tulid ju nii kiiresti Tallinna peale. Et ta ei saanud neid inimesi kokku, keda ta oleks tahtnud täpselt, aga ta ajas ju palju inimesi kokku igal juhul. Ma ei tea, kui palju neid laeva peal võis olla. 50 ümber kindlasti, kui mitte rohkem. See võis olla, see võis olla nii umbes õhtu kella 8 paiku. Ja seal pidi ju korraldatama konvoi, kus kõik laevad järjekindlalt pandi üksteise järel tähendab liikuma. Ja seal oli ju Muero, kes läks hukka, sest järgmisel päeval, siis kui juba hommik tuli, siis pidi olema. Me läksime nii hilja igatahes, et kell 11 või 12 sadamast välja, sest Tallinn põles kõik. Ja ainult tuli oli Tallinnas. Me midagi muud ei näinud Tallinnas.
Augustiks, septembriks oli olukord küll Eestis kujunud selliseks, et Virumaa rannik oli juba langenud Punaarmee kontrolli alla ja põgenemiste kese nihkus järjest lääne poole. Nii et Lääne-Eesti rannik ja saared kujunesid selleks piirkonnaks, kust augustis ja septembris eelkõige tuhanded inimesed lahkusid kõikvõimalikel ujuvvahenditel lääne suunas. Paate oli päris väikeseid, aga loomulikult oligi natukene suuremaid purjelaevu, kuhu mahtus peale rohkem inimesi. Selles olukorras kasutati loomulikult ka lõpuks võimalust lahkuda Saksa võimude poolt pakutud transpordiga Saksamaa suunas, sest sidemeid, et leida endale rannast paat, kes on nõus üle viima, oli siiski raske leida. Nii et ka 10 000 inimesed lahkusid 1944. aasta septembris Tallinnast suurte Saksa transportlaevadega esialgu Poola territooriumile Gdyniasse ja Gdanski, kust nad siis suunati edasi juba Saksamaal olevatesse põgenikelaagritesse. Inimesed, kes ei olnud leidnud endale sobilikku transporti, liikusid rinde ees järjest lääne poole, nii et Hiiumaa ja Saaremaa kujunesid põgenemiskohaks ka sadadele nendele inimestele, kes rinde ees mandrit liikusid, üha lootuses leida endale mingigi võimalus üle mere pääseda. Paljudel see võimalus avanes, kuid 1944. aasta sügisel oli ka sadu ja sadu inimesi, kes jäid Hiiumaale ja Saaremaale lõksu ja otsisid siis pärast seda uuesti tagasiteed mandrile, et püüda oma elu võimaluse piires kodumaal jätkata.
Laev oli viimane laev, mis seal oli, mis said võtta. Sellepärast, et venelased olid juba nii ligidal ja pommitasid ja see laev oli Punaristi laev, Muero. Ja seal oli juba täis haigeid inimesi ja mu isa oli nii jällegi maksnud kellelegi, et lasevad meid sinna peale ja siis me olime seal peal ja kompsud olid ümber ja isa pani niisuguse teki nagu telgiks ja siis me istusime seal all, telgi all peal, kui vihma sadas, siis saime märjaks, aga olime laiva peal. Mu isa sai kuskilt need päästevestid ja mul oli kangesti suur ja mu õde oli nii, et pää tipp paistis välja, see vest oli suure inimese oma ja minu oma ka, aga pandi selga, pandi kõvasti ümber kinni ja öeldi, et sa ei tohi ära võtta seda. Ja kui me läksime, laev lõpuks lahkus, siis me seisime ja vaatasime linna ja Tallinn põles ja lennukid olid lendanud üle ja siis need tulepommid lasknud. Ja järgmine hommiku umbes, ma ei tea, see vist oli nii kell 10-11, tuli lennuk, lendas üle ja paistis nagu Ameerika lennuk, valge täht oli ja ta läks väga madalalt üle ja siis torpeedo tuli. Edasi oli, et väga kiiresti laev hakkas nii pöörama sinna poole ja paistis nagu kõik inimesed olid jooksnud sinna poole, kus see lennuk tuli. Mis juhtus oli pakid ja kõik kompsud, mis seal peal olid, hakkasid libisema sinna vee poole ja inimesed hakkasid libisema ja oli kole karjumine ja minu ema oli krabanud mind ja mu isa krabas mu õe ja nad kadusid ja siis kui ma hakkasin kukkuma vette, siis ma minestasin ära. Mu ema oli hea ujuja, mu isa ei osanud ujuda, meil oli kõik need asjad, vestid seljas. Kui nad laiva pealt kukkusid, siis mõni kast või midagi lõi neid pähe ja mu isal pea oli vist kõrgemal või suurem ja järgmises, mis ma mäletan, oli, ma ärkasin üles, ma olin emal ühel käe peal ja mu ema teise käe peal oli mu õde ja ta ei liigutanud, silmad olid kinni ja oli nagu magas. Mu õel oli suur sinine lapp oli siin nagu silma all või pool, mis ma nägin ja see oli kindlasti, mis ta tegi nii unconscious ja lõpuks ta suri ära, võib-olla ta hingas vett sisse või anyway, ta ei ärkanud kunagi ülesse ja mu ema ütles, et ole vait ja ära nuta ja et ma hoian sind ja peame ära minema, ära ujuma kiiresti, et see laev ei tõmba meid alla ja kui ma vaatasin, siis laev kadus vee alla ja siis vesi oli täis inimesi.
Aga meie siis olime sadamas, kui sadamas oli just üks lennuhäire. Kõik kamandati laevadele, kajutitesse, päästevestid peale ja siis oli lennu ja mina ei näinud seda, sest me olime kajutis all, aga seal mürises ja ragises mina hakkasin nutma, vanaema proovis mind lohutada ja et ikka see on ainult mürin, see ei ole midagi kardetavat ja nii. Aga sadamas see oli igal, meie laev jäi igal juhul trehvamata. Ei saanud pihta midagi, aga ma tean, kui me olime merel, siis üks lennuk tuli ja lasi niisuguse torpeedo meie laeva poole, aga see läks liiga kõrgelt mööda ja riivas korstent ainult. Laeva korstent, et sa ei saanud pihta laevale. Nii et meie tulime terve nahaga ära, aga paljud läksid ju põhja seal Moero ja me jõudsime tolleaegne Kopenhagen, see oli siis Poola praegune Gdynia. Ja Kopenhagenis oli üks laev, mille nimi oli Verteland, mis käis Tallinni ja Kopenhageni vahet kogu aeg. Ta viis põgenikke ja haavatuid Kopenhagenisse, saksa põgenikke või Eesti põgenikke, sest meil oli ainukene luba oli Saksamaale sõita. Seda me saime teha, kuna seda me veel sakslased andsid loa, et sõita, aga ainult Saksamaale. Siis pandi meil sealt rongi peale ja et meid saadetakse Austriasse, Viini. Sest Saksamaal olid ju frondid hakkasid ju lähenema kogu aeg ja Saksamaa keskel oli ju kardetav, linnad pommitati ju kogu aeg ja sellepärast oligi, kui rong peatas kuskil linnas, ma mäletan ainult, siis tuli rong tühjendada, sest nad pommitasid rongi ka ja joosta siis lähemasse variandisse, mis linnas oli. See läks üle Dresdeni, see oli enne seda, kui Dresden pommitati kruusaks. Aga enne seal vahetasime rongi ja läksime lõpuks Viini, nii palju ma tean, aga mis me vahepeal tegime, seda ma ei tean. Ma mäletan, et raudtee oli katki vahest, siis tuli jalakäija või mingisuguse auto lastiruumis või kuskil mujal või hobusevankriga, kui mõni talumees mööda sõitis. Ja nii kaua kui roopad jälle olid seal ootas teine rong, eks ole. Nii see juperdas kogu aeg läbi selle Saksamaa ja läbi pommitamise kogu aeg ja Viinis ma pidin isegi ära kaduma. Läksin ise oma pead perronile ja äkki olid võõrad inimesed minu ümber. Kõndisin seal ja ei leidnud enam tagasi teed ja hakkasin nutma ja jooksin seal ja siis tuli üks saksa ohvitser tuli, ma mäletan. Võttis mu käe kõrvale ja siis ta sai aru, et ma olin eksinud kuidagi ja ma olin rongi peal, nii palju ta sai minust aru, minu ahastusest. Ja siis võttis ja kui rahvas oli natuke õrenenud perroni peal, siis käis ta pikki rongi niimoodi, et ma leiaks enda ema üles ja ema ja vanaema olid mõlemad siis seal ja ootasid ja siis ma jooksin kiiresti ema juurde ja vanaema juurde ja siis saksa sõdur ainult lehvitas ja naeratas, aga vanaema jõudis talle kallistada teda. Mulle ta ütles, et see oli kaitseingel, kes oli maskeerinud ennast saksa ohvitseriks.
Sel juhtul tuli kõva Vene pommitamine ja siis meie mõtlesime, kui ta laeva pommitab, et siis me lähme põhja ja läksime kaldale, aga see pommitamine jäi vähemaks ja me läksime laev tagasi, laev hakkas sõitma. See ma pidin midagi tegema, kuna mina olin servitröör. Siis ma pidin saksa sõduritele kohvi viima õhtul ja need oli omaenda grupp seal. Ja ma läksin, serveerisin nendele kohvi ja see oli kõik ja siis läksin magama ja järgmisel ööl või isegi sel ööl ma sain teada, et ma olen Rootsi vetes. Nii ja siis meil laevas oli teisi inimesi ka ja oli, ma ei raske öelda, kui palju, ütleme 30, eks ole. Ja seal oli muide Eesti üks arst oma perega. Ja ma ei tea, kas arst rääkis mulle või, et selle kohvis oli magamisrohtu sees. Nii et saksa sõdurid jäid magama selle ajal, kui oleks pidanud Saksamaale keerama. Nii et ja seda ma sain alles teada järgmine hommiku.
Seal ma siis olime ja paate veel me ei näinud, kuni lõpuks siis nägime, et oli üks mootorpaat kõrged kõrgjad, sealt sees ootas üks paat meid. Ja õhtu kell 9 siis hakati paati viima pärast lõuna meid ja toodi ka üks daam, kes oli sünnitanud, just äsja sünnitanud lapsega ja oli jalgadest halvatud katti paati. Nii et me alustasime sõitu kell 9 õhtul ja meri oli peegelsile. See oli siis 28. august 1944. Ja paat olevat siin ka varem käinud, seesama paat. Ja ta oli suures osas lahtine, et väike osa oli kinnine, kuhu me saime oma bagasi panna ja siis see daam, kes toodi pisikese lapsega, pandi ka sinna kinnisesse otsa. Kõik teised me istusime koos lahtises osas, külg ja kõrval. Pärast tuli suur torm ja siis me pandi presentkatus üle meie ja minu kohal tekkis üks auk, kust hakkas mulle siis vesi jooksma kuulegi ja sisse. Ja pärast tekkis ka vett põrandale, pumpad hakkasid tööle, siis jäid pumbad seisma, vahepeal jäi mootor seisma. Siis pöörati paat ringi, taheti vist kottadele alguses viia, kuid siis pidime põhja poole sõiduma, lained hakkasid vastu käima, paar viskus kogu aeg vastu vett ja siis oli lennukeid kuulda üleval. Nii et see oli üks ärev aeg ja me uskusime vahepeal, et meie kohale ei jõua, et me läheme siin põhja. Süüa ega midagi ei tulnud kõne allagi, eks ole. Nii me siis sõitsime, kuni lõpuks õhtul hakkas mingisugune rannariba paistma. Siis me vahepeal juba isegi mina poisina hakkasin jumalat paluma vahepeal. Ja nii, ja lõpuks siis me nägime, oi, me ehk iski pääseme ja siis olime nii rõõmsad, et me nägime seda rannariba ja see lähenes ikka, tuli lähemale. Meri oli ka natuke vaiksemaks jäänud ja lõpuks siis saabusime ühele Kaljusaarele, mille nimi rootsi keeles on Svenska Högarna, aga seal on mitu saart, üks kõige välisem saarekene Svenska Högarna, kuhu me siis maabusime.
Kui tuli hommikul valgeks läks, siis tulid Vene lennukid pommidega, tähendab mere peale. Ja siis oli Pompa ütles, et kui nüüd laeva peal tuleb, see on kaunis hea, seepärast, et tal olid bensiinivaadid olid kuskil laeva peal. Et see läheb ju kaunis kiiresti põhja, siis ei ole mingit kartust, et jääb vee peale kuskile ujuma või vigastatuna. Aga mina mõtlesin ju nii noor ja nii julge, nagu ma olin, ma mõtlesin, et selle laeva peale ei tule mingit pommi. Ma täpselt ei tea ütelda, aga ma oletan seda kuupäeva, kui me siia jõudsime, tähendab, et see oli 26. See pidi 24. olema, kui me välja sõits. Ma ei ole kindel. No ja ma ei liikunud ju kuskil mujal kui seal kajutis, kus me olime terve öö, eks ole. Välja ei saanud ju minna ka, ei tohtinud minna. Ja järgmisel päeval, kui olid lennukid tulnud, siis ei läinudki välja muidugi. Ja kui torm tuli, siis ei saanudki välja minna. Seal oli 2 saksa sõjaväelast ja 1 ohvitser sakslane. Ja rohkem ei olnud sakslasi, teised olid ju eestlased. Aga kes need kõik olid? Sellest ei ole mul mingit aimu tähendab. Ta kogu aeg õiendas selle kompassiga. Aga sakslane sai aru ka, et midagi on juhtumas, seepärast, et nad katsusid teda rohkem nii nagu purjutada, eks ole, seal, aga see oli vist väga raske, sest mul jäi arusaamine, et see saksas ohvitser oli ka kaunis kindel endas, aga temale midagi palju ei tehtud. Ma ei tea, kas seda kuidagi kinni seoti hiljem või kuidas, see ei ole seda ma ei tea. Aga ta anti üle ju, tähendab siin Rootsis otse kohe need 2 sõdurit ja tema see ohvitser. Aga Pompa oli tegevuses sellega, et ümber seada see pass, tähendab kompass. Sellega ta tegeles palju. Ta nagu vahepealt läks ära ja ma ei tea, kas ta ei osanud seda teha või oli ta ebakindel selles või tahtis ta niimoodi, et teha siis seda, kui see teine, tähendab sakslane, mitte ta ligidal ei ole. Ta tegeles nende 2 asjaga, kompass ja sakslane, see oli tema värk. Pompa teadis ju teed väga hästi siin. Tal olid ju kaardid olemas ja ta teadis täpselt, kuhu minna, ta läks ju Sandhamni otse kohe.
See laev oli Saksa miinikorjaja. Ja need sõdurid või need meremehed olid, tõmbasid meid veest välja. Kui nad mind hakkasid välja tõmbama, mu ema karjus, et hilfe ja ema rääkis saksa keelt ka. Ja siis nad hakkasid mind välja tõmbama ja ma olin nii libe, et ma kukkusin tagasi. Ma olin nii pool sinna laiva peal juba, aga käsi läks lahti ja kukkusin tagasi ja siis mu ema hakkas karjuma jälle ja siis üks neid madrutseid tuli alla redelist ja võttis mind veest üles ja viis mind sinna. Siis ma nägin, et mu õde oli juba välja tõmmatud ja ta oli lamas seal teki peal ja nii seal põrandal ja ei liigutanud. Ja siis mu ema tõmmati välja ja ema nutis väga, et keegi peaks aitama mu õded ja kellelgi polnud aega. Ja isast mäletan, et see verehais oli nii tugev ja nii värske veri ja ta oli uimane, aga ta rääkis ja ütles midagi, et ole vaikne ja kõik on okei. Ja siis ta vist minestas ära jällegi. Aga siis ma läksin magasin ja kui ma üles ärkasin, olime sadamas Tantsigis.
Jõudnud sõjapõgenikele osutas Rootsi riik esmast abi, pakkus nendele süüa, juua, esmase ulualuse ja põgenikelaagrid. Eesti põgenikud jõudsid Rootsi erinevatesse sihtkohtadesse. Saaremaalt ja Hiiumaalt lahkujate jaoks oli kõige ligem tee minna Gotlandile, nii et Gotland kujunes nendel nädalatel olla kõige selliseks epitsentriks, kuhu Eesti sõjapõgenikud kogunesid, kus nendele esmast abi osutati. Rootsi politsei nad arvele võttis ja suunas edasi mandrile põgenikelaagritesse. Eesti sõjapõgenikud, kes olid esmalt jõudnud Soome ja 44. aasta septembris otsisid võimalust jõuda Rootsi, siis nende sihtkohaks kujunesid Rootsis Kävle ja Söderhamn, mis asusid üle Botnia lahe Soomele lähemal ja kust kaudu Soome valitsus aitas inimestel riigist lahkuda. Eesti sõjapõgenikud, kes olid Saksa transpordilaevade abil jõudnud sõjast räsitud Saksamaale, otsisid arusaadavatel põhjustel samuti võimalust sealt edasi liikumiseks, kuid sõja ajal olid need võimalused loomulikult väga piiratud. Oli küll neid, kes suutsid Saksamaalt lahkuda Taani ja Taani kaudu edasi liikuda Rootsi, kuid esimestel kuudel oli nende arv veel suhteliselt väike.
Inimesed trügisid tohutult, rongid olid ju kuni laeni täis, kõik inimesi oli nii tohutult palju neid põgenikke. Ja vanaema ei saanud enam uksest sisse, surve oli nii suur seest poolt, et sealt ei saanud midagi enam, kui oleks ukse lahti teinud, see oleks inimesi välja robisend. Aga seisis ja oli õnnetu, väike vend oli süles ja ema oli sama õnnetu, aga oli trügisis ennast ühe akna juurde, tegi akna, avas ja meeletult hüüdis appi. Ja loomulikult kõikidel oli oma probleem seal peronil põgenemisega ja saada rongile ja keegi nagu ei noteerinud seda ja ei hoolinud sellest, vaid siis oli ainult üks grupp saksa sõdureid oli seal, kes niisama olid lihtsalt. Kuhu nad pidid minema ja miks nad seal olid, seda ma ei tea. Aga nendega rongi peale ei kavatsenud ei minna, vaid seisid seal peroni peale, ajasid omavahel juttu ja siis nad nägid seda situatsiooni, seda ahastavat situatsiooni ja jooksid sinna akna juurde grupis. Võtsid selle väikse beebi, ulatasid emale, aken oli lahti, ulatasid emale. Ema võttis ta sülle loomulikult ja siis võtsid nad vanaemalt ümbert kinni ja jalgadest ka ja tõstsid vana heidekese sinna akna kõrgusele ülalkehaga. Nii et ema ja mõned kaassõitjad said kinni võtta temast ja siis tirida ta läbi akna vagunisse. Ja nii saigi vanaemaga ja pere jäi ikka veel kokku. Kui me Viini jõudsime, siis saadeti meid põhja poole. Lintsi ligidal oli üks koht, mille nimi oli Vaksenberg ja see oli üks vana loss, paarkümmend kilomeetrit Lintsist lääne poole ja seal lossis oli siis korraldatud üks põgenikelaagri. Laagri omanik või see juht oli üks veendunud natsi naisterahvas ja meile muidugi omavahel eestlased hoidsid, seal oli teisrahvusi ka, hoidsid ikka kokku ja et mis me siin natsipesas nüüd siis pääle hakkame.
Me saime muidugi kohe kohvi ja võileiba, ma arvan, või midagi juua. Ja väga hästi võeti ju vastu. Aga meid viidi ju sealt Sandhammist ja otsa kohe, kus meid viidi. Neid viidi Stockholmi meid alguses. Ja Stockholmis pandi meid sauna ja pesti ära kõik meid nii puhtaks, et midagi peas ei ole liikuvaid tegelasi. Et kõik on puhas ja seal registreeriti meid ka esimest korda tähendab. Ma ei tea palju rohkem, mis nad küsisid õieti. Ma ei saanud aru, mis nad küsisid, aga nime ja kui vana ma olen. Ja saksa keeles ma oskasin ütelda nime ja kui vana ma olen, et mul oli ema ja, aga rohkem midagi ei tehtud. Sest keegi ei andnud üles, et mul on ema ja mu ema juures. No jah, ma olin 17 aastat, eks ole. Aga ma olin ju veel laps siis. 18 on ju siin täiskasvanud. Ja siis viidi meid Östermalmisse. Södertelje ja Östertelje on ju kaunis ligidal. Ja Österteljes oli ju mingisugune laager oli. See oli vist see sõduritele mõeldud või meie saime igatahes seal laagris olla üks aeg. Ja siis sealt laagrist hakkasid ju osa minema erinevatesse kohtadesse Rootsis. Aga ma ei osanud oma emaga kuskile minna.
Anti siis võileibu kõik ja me olime 4 ja mul oli ju talvemantel, kui mul oli 2 mantlit seljas. Ja kui ma püsti tõusin, siis ma ei saanud liiguda, ma olin nii raske. Ja tulime siis sinna maale ja käis peaga ringi ja olime nii kaua istunud ühe koha peal. Ja meil võeti väga hästi vastu, väga hästi. Seal mõned rääkisid ka saksa keelt, me saime saksa keelega hakkama. Ja siis pandi meid siis ööseks magama põrandale. Ja anta on mingisugune riie alla 2 tuppa, mehed 1 tuppa, üks majake oli seal 1 tuppa, teise tuppa. Ja nii me siis magasime esimese öö seal, aga see oli nii magus, et me magasime väga hästi hommikuni. Aga kui isa tuli, siis tema tuli Tallinna langemise päev enne Tallinna langus, või oli see samal päeval, 22. septembril, kui Tallinn langes, lahkus tema Haapsalust mootorjahiga. Tema oli Haapsalu jahtklubi liige. Ta sai kasutada neid jahte, mis seal oli. Ja ta oli tihti oma kolleegidega sõitis välja vahel nende jahtidega. Ja tema tuli koos ühe oma kolleegiga, kes töötas ka Salma valitsuses. Ja 3. oli arst, doktor Suusööt oli tema nimi. Ja tuli arst, nemad 3 ja selle jahiga tulid siis. Ja doktor Suusöötil oli kaasas tema röntgeni aparatuur. Isiklik aparatuur ka selle jahi peal. Nemad alustasid sel päeval sõitu. Ja meie olime ju siis juba laagris, läbikäigulaagris Lõuna-Rootsis ja olime väga mures, nägime, et torm, seal oli kattekatt, seal oli torm, no et meil Läänemerel ka torm, et kas isa tulebki üldse. Me ei teadnud ju midagi, ühendust mitte mingisugust ei olnud ju. Aga hiljem lõpuks saime siis teada, isa saatis teate kusagil teisest laagrist, kus ta oli, kus ta on saabunud kohale.
Teise maailmasõja käigus lahkus Eestist hinnanguliselt 70–80 000 inimest. Tänaseks päevaks me oleme suutnud kontrollida umbes 65 000 inimese andmed, välja selgitada nende sõjaeelse elukoha Eestis, mis annab meile võimaluse juba sellise esmase statistilise analüüsi baasil teha mingeid järeldusi, kes need inimesed olid, kes Eestist lahkusid, millistest piirkondadest. Need tulemused ei lükka iseenesest muidugi ümber seda tunnet, mis olnud ka varem, et põgenejate hulgas oli väga palju lääneranniku ja saarte inimesi. Statistiliselt kõige rohkem inimesi lahkus Eesti läänerannikult ja saartelt ja Tallinnast, kus lahkujate osakaal oli umbes 10% ringis sõjaeelsest elanikkonnast. Ja arusaadavatel põhjustel tunduvalt vähem inimesi lahkus Lõuna-Eestist ja Kesk-Eestist, sest teekond sõja ajal Sise-Eestist rannikule oli suhteliselt keeruline. Erandi selles moodustab võib-olla Tartu, kus inimestel oli võimalus ka raudteel liikuda Tallinnasse ja Tallinna kaudu siis Eestist põgeneda.
Ja kui me siin Rootsi tulime, siis viidi kõik erinevatesse laagritesse ja mind viidi Södertälje, siis ma tahtsin ruttu ära tulla ja ma olin laagris ligi, ütleme, 10-15 päeva. Kui ma läksin laagris välja, kõik mitte ei ehmatanud, vaid mis sa ära lähed, kus sa lähed. Aga kui sa oled vangis olnud ligi 3 kuud, siis sa ei pea enam kinni sellest, et sul on müürid ja sa ei pea õhtul minema poodi ja niimoodi. See mulle väga istus rohkem väljas olla.
Ja siis üks proua oli väga asjalik ja sai kuidagi moodi ühe mingisuguse vana raadioaparaadi kätte. See võttis BBC saadet sisse seal. See oli niivõrd ligidal, et see võttis sisse selle saade ja BBC saatis saksa keeles. See oli BBC Home Service ja see oli saksa keeles ja põhiliselt sakslastele saadeti. Et mis te jamate siin, et vissake relvad ära ja niisugune propaganda moodi, eks ole, sakslastele. Et see oli saatuse sümfoonia, et sakslastele tead ja siis vanaema ütles mulle, Antu, kuule. Mina olin Antu temale. Antu, kuule, kuidas surm koputab sakslaste uksele.
Ema ei tahtnud kuhugi minna. Ema nuttis ja mina tahtsin minna. Ja meil oli suur seen oli faktis selle. Ma mõtlen see, et mina ütlesin, et mina ei jää siia mitte. Me lähme Siberisse, kui me jääme siia. Ja ema kogu aeg nutis, tema ei saa kaasa tulla. Ja siis tuli Vompa. Ja ta tuli autoga, sest ta oli ju seal need sakslased olid käepärast, kelle auto oli. Ta tuli autoga ja tuli sisse ja ütles, et nüüd ei ole enam midagi rääkida. Nüüd on venelased nii ligidel, et meil ei ole enam midagi mõtelda, kas jääda või mitte jääda, meil on ainult minna. Ja siis ema tuli igal juhul nuttes nii nagu ta oli, et kaasa tulla. Ja sellepärast jäigi mul niimoodi, et ema nagu ei tahtnud tulla ja mina olen tahtnud tulla. Ja ma olin väga seotud sellega, et me elame koos, et ma saan kuidagi viisi mitte teda aidatagi, või ta käis ise ka tööd. Aga et siiski keelega ja mul ei olnud nii nagu võimalust, et ma omaette oleks midagi tahtnud teha. Et ma pidin võtma ju ema kogu aeg kaasa kuskil.
ma eluaeg mäletasin, et kuidas mu õige välja nägi ja mul oli väga nii halb tunne, et mina jäin ellu ja tema oli parem laps kui mina, tema ei teinud nii palju pahandust ja ei saanud nii vitsaga ja ta oli hea baby ja tema suri ära ja mul oli alati halb tunne selle pärast.
Head külalised, meie tänase
Dear guests,
viimane suurem mõtete vahetamise või arutelu kohta.
The last part of today's conference will be a panel discussion, and I'm going to read out the presentations of participants. First, Hiljar Tammela, and she is in the professor in the field of archives, and she has been researching forced migration and Soviet repression policies, and has been involved also in collecting memoirs. She's on a daily basis teaching students on how to work with historic sources. Alar is a professor of population sciences from Tartu Universities and mainly family processes, demography and differences in population and influences of family policies. And he also works with the development of infrastructure. The third panelist, Sirle Sööst, has since 2013 been the president of the Estonians in Sweden and the Global Association of Estonians. She has been preparing different exhibitions and also publishing newspaper National Contact. And the moderator will be Meelis Maripuu.
Aitäh teile kõigile, et olete selle üsna pika.
Thank you very much for being here during the whole intense day today, and we have until now been talking about the ones who have prepared the databases, also made the film. And in other words, it's about praising our own work. But in my view, it would not be polite to only do that. So therefore, I also have invited three panelists. Martin has presented already all the three of you, and my discussion partners, as you heard, represent different, let's say, interest groups, or let's say that they represent these fields of life that we have been focusing at when compiling this database, because this is a database also about the children and grandchildren of the ones who fled from Estonia, so a part of their identity is here in Estonia. And definitely this information also concerns researchers of population development, and as this database quality becomes better, this can also be a source of information for the ones who research their genealogy. But as I have been talking a lot today already, I would not like to continue anymore, although I would like to make a little remark. Namely, we call this database of war refugees, but maybe somebody now has a question, although no opportunity has been given to ask questions either by Martin. But this theoretical point about who is a war refugee, or who we mean when talking about war refugees, has not been elaborated today yet. But I can say that we have not defined any strict boundaries for who is a war refugee or who is not a war refugee. And these boundaries have been for us kind of a vague, or we rather have this approach of a timeline. People who left Estonia during World War II, whatever the reason was, whether they fled from Estonia, whether it was a forced process, or maybe people who had started their studies before World War II but could not come back during World War II. So the war was anyhow a reason why they were not able to return. So in that sense, the notion of a war refugee is quite a broad one. We definitely don't only talk about people who stepped on board a boat the last minute. But that is what I wanted to say. I'd like to ask you, Sirle, if there were no Estonians abroad, living abroad, as you are. You are an elected representative of Estonians living abroad. And what do you think, researching this topic, how does it look for you from the other side? Thank you very much for the question, and welcome everybody here in the hall and online. I have been active in the Estonian-Swedish societies for 11 years already, and I can say that Estonian refugees are my people in this hall today also. There are very many my people, I could say. And this Estonian Central Organization in Sweden, created in 1956, is like one big family, although the number of members is decreasing all of the time. In the beginning, there were about 5,000 members. Right now, we have about 1,000 members. And this 100-year-old Lady Albo, I think that she, as well as the majority of others, they are war refugees, the majority of them. But when working in an archive, we can see that the biggest interest for the information from the archives comes from the children and grandchildren of war refugees. We have had a very good cooperation of the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory, and we meet on a weekly basis for 2 hours. Even during COVID times, we met and talked. It's so important to know where the whole photo was taken, who are on this picture. And this is also true about registers and finding out the genealogical background of our people, where the roots are. When the Ukrainian war broke out, we saw clearly that new people popped up who had never shown up earlier, and it was obvious that their grandparents had never told their story to them. And now, when it's 8 years since these events, people start contacting us. They want to tell their story, and this is all very heart-warming. What's very important also is that it's so important to cooperate with professional memory institutions in order to preserve the past. And we are very happy to have an archive in the basement of the Estonian House. And this is only thanks to the Estonian government, so we can turn us to the original source materials. And it's really nice that, as we saw, several documents have been used. And in those communities abroad, also making sorting their things before their death, finding photos, etc., etc. They have a place to bring their organizations, because if we would not collect these materials, then our story would disappear. So the Estonian World Council, that includes 11 organizations from different countries, and we can see that it's very pedagogical to sit around the same table. How are things going in Canada? For example, construction works of Vemo are expecting. Or how are things going in Australia? Australia lies so far away. So, in other words, it's so important to have voluntary people who are active, and for these people, voluntary people, to tell their story. It's very important to have a trust for the contact. Maira Pähn, my best friend, who lived till 103 years, but she's told unbelievable stories, and it's always important that there is somebody who would listen to these stories.
I would now like to hear how we started with you, with the demographers, when we started working with the database, and we got this family register, which is an indispensable tool for us. so that we could put together specific individuals based on those unknown names. So how does it seem to you as a demographer what we have done? Yes, I'm really happy to be here as well. Good afternoon on my behalf as well. In answer to Meelis's question, my answer is I'm really happy to see where we are now, or where you are now. I think it was back in 2017 when we first met, when this work started. It's not that long ago, although for a certain period the main focus was on repressions and on losses related to the war. But now we have moved on to the population loss of a different kind. Estonia is a state with a fate where the development has not been continuous. There has been interruptions, like during the time of the Second World War. And the work that your institute is doing has been trying to make up for the interruption as best as it can be done for our own people, in order for us to better understand what really happened and what are the consequences of that interruption. And as we saw today during the presentations, there are two sides to this. On the one hand, we have what this documentary just represented. It's the oral history. And then the other side is the quantitative development of databases, which is close to me professionally. And Estonia is in quite a good position here, irrespective of the fact that this interruption was a serious one, a big one. But luckily we have several sources that we can draw from. Otherwise we won't be able to engage in this work. I mean, the work is building the bridge across this interruption. It's not only about mathematical calculations about these losses in numbers, but we would also like to have a real list of people behind this total number, and we would also know about the people's lives, biographies, so to say, so that we would get a quite different meaning and value to this work. At present, when it comes to development, we are in a place where we are building up this list. But once this is completed, and we heard the number 65,000 today, this is quite a big part of the possible total, whether it be 70,000 or 80,000, maybe somewhere in between. So after that, it is possible to start asking questions about questions that we wouldn't be able to ask without such underlying material. It is forced migration. What do we see here? If we use a different term for today's subject, so people are moving from one context to another, and automatically certain questions arise from this, and what this means for the society from where the people left. This depends on who these people specifically were. We saw today these features a little bit today in the presentations, but this, for example, the picture about the age and gender told me quite a lot. It was quite a surprise for me. I had never seen these figures before. And this clearly shows that the civilian population escaping from Estonia. We could see that the men and women were quite equally represented, apart from the ones, the young men who had to be enlisted. But that would leave quite a big gap in the population that the people left. And then taking it from there, how did these people in the new society, Sweden and Germany or Canada or the States, how would they manage in this new home and how well they adapt in these new places. At least in Sweden we have very good data about this, and some, in a few places, other places as well, so we can use these bits and pieces and put this picture together. And in addition to these stories that we hear about people's experiences, we can also start seeing general patterns emerging. When I'm speaking about my research, I have not been dealing too much about this history and demography, but I had a very good cooperation with a colleague, Lauri Lepik. He is also in our demographic working group, although he's generally working in social insurance issues, but he has personal interest in these historical issues as well. So he has looked for many years into the short biographies of the Finnish boys, the Estonians that went to the Finnish army. And we have done this together. First article was published a few years ago, and we looked at the different lives of these boys. We divided them into three groups. Some left to the west, some stayed in Estonia. Those who stayed in Estonia did better, others not so good, others were some of them ended up in Siberia. So we looked at how these different fates had an impact on their length of life, and we got very interesting patterns out of this. What is the immediate effect of being hit by these bad things? What is the long-term impact, and what is the final result? So we've got unique data about this, and we've been publishing this both in Estonian and in English. And then we are also working today on another side of this material pertaining to the families of the Finnish boys, how they could end up making a family, or how the families were broken. So some people escaped Estonia when they already had a family, when they tried to bring along their families, but then others go to a society that is not known to them, and then the questions about who they married. Did they marry Estonians or someone from the local population? So the questions of marriages depend on who they marry, or the lives of family lives depend on who they married. So we are working on this information, and hopefully it will be published next year. This was just a small example about this data that we derived from the 3,000 Finnish boys. But imagine if instead of 3,000 we have 65,000 or 70 or 80,000 people who escaped to the West, and on the other hand we have tens and thousands of people who were hit by the Soviet system. Then we'll be able to raise quite a number of questions and try to find answers to them as well. And this is not only interesting for Estonia and ourselves, it is probably interesting for the broader scientific community as well. Heikki, people who have been involved in this have been mostly historians, apart from the author of the film, he is not a historian. So, as a historian, what is your view of this? Is this like some auxiliary science for people who are studying their home country, or is it of broader importance? I don't really know where to start from. The impact of this film. As a historian, I can say that I am quite well aware of these compulsory events and trying to calculate all the results of the impact of the war. I know this field and sphere quite well. So the database that we are looking at today is kind of a milestone on this long journey. And I do agree that we can name the figures and propose what they would be, but work with the different sources and materials. And I have never seen one single ideal source, because we have to put together all these different materials and also take into account the fact that there's always the possibility of mistakes and errors. You cannot avoid them. But the emotional side, the first idea that comes to me is that you can work as much as you can, and you can become as professional as you can, but there are some things that come through all these layers and shake you once again and again. Although I know what happened, how it happened, what emerged, and the film that we just watched is another example of that. You have to touch the people to the core. And you have to be engaged in both. On the one hand, we need our stories. And we have good examples have shown me. The latest article that I was writing this summer is about correspondence of two men. The men who in the 1960s are discussing amongst themselves. One of them has gone through World War I and the War of Independence, and the other one is in Germany, cannot come back to and is in Germany and cannot come back to Estonia. And then he has a pen friend in Estonia, and thanks to this, he can speak about these things for the first time ever and try to come meaning to this. And where they end up in their discussions immediately before death is the knowledge that these are the stories that need to be told, even if no one believes this or if people think that they are not necessary at all. And this is something that was written in the middle of the 1960s, and these letters are kept in the Estonian Museum of Literature. So it is really excellent to get this immediate opinion about this period. This is really necessary. But then there are you have been touched upon all these other issues, the issue of roots and being uprooted, and the need to keep the memories, and the community issues, and the correspondence between these two men describing the different situations. This also shows that community is very, very important. When you're alone amongst a strange nation, how shall you develop your relationships? What are the possibilities for you to communicate with the state and the people in this strange country? They are not always success stories, and there are things that you may not want to mention ever. And for example, grandparents, have they shared their stories or not? I'm sure there are many families where stories were told, and then there are others where not a single story was ever shared. So there are so many issues to be touched upon. But I really praise the family register, the pre-war Estonian register of families. When we go back to the 1990s, when the first databases started emerging, what were the sources and what kind of data was possible, and how to research this? I remember I was sitting for a long time with Kalev Katus, thinking whether we can see light at the end of the tunnel, whether we can combine those different databases, and whether we get this new knowledge and the possibility to do anything about those lists at all. So this was the family register was of key importance when it once became possible to put these things together. Then the story started to come together as well and click, and it is possible to speak about the processes in broader terms, and we will have a lot better background or underlying data for that. And these new questions that arise and also these new possibilities that arise are important. We heard about the Finnish boys. This is an excellent example, actually, how we can put the biographic data and statistical data together, and the subjects that we are not touching upon, for example, about the families. These family issues have largely not been touched upon yet. Sometimes you get a glimpse, but then again it closes. But we haven't really become aware of those issues yet in clear terms. So maybe from the biographical side, I've been working with Estonian biographies actively, and what seemed to be for me the worst problem is the problem of 3 Estonias. We still speak about those who were taken to the east, those who went to the west, and those who remained in Estonia. How they come together. In general, they are stories of broken families. But if we put all these together, and what we could see, there were reprisals, and some were blaming why some went and some stayed, and why they do not want to hear my story, and so on and so forth. This has been dominating in those biographies. That shows that we have to speak about those things, we have to analyze this and ask next questions and be courageous about this, because if we do not answer these questions, then we won't be any wiser either. I was thinking about this database. Actually, we had quite specific comments about this when we saw the first version. The Stockholm Estonian House also has the organization of Estonian Swedes, and Estonians always like to compare. So we were looking at how they were doing and how we were doing, and the register of the Estonian Swedes, I do not remember the name of it, but I'm sure there's someone in the audience who does know that. But thanks to this register, those who came from the boats, there's also photos, because everyone was photographed when they arrived. That means that it makes it so much easier to put the name and the person together with the help of the photos. So the key word here might be cooperation. We could cooperate with the Estonian Swedes, although we could work with this data that they've got. And then the other idea that I had, cooperation is also important for the communities living abroad with the Estonian memory institutions. But it is also important to work together with the memory institutions of the places of residence abroad. For example, we should work with a relevant Swedish counterpart, like the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory. So what is the problem in this Swedish societies? They keep speaking about Holocaust a lot. There's museums, there's all sorts of things about Holocaust. But about the victims of communism, this issue has been brushed aside. And it is not being talked about using the examples of the Baltic countries, but using some faraway exotic countries where they speak about communism and their victims. So I believe that there are so many things in which we have to cooperate, but the database is one of the good things where we can start. So I would like to continue from here.
By the way, we earlier have had
täidavad Rootsi riigi
cooperation with the Swedish counterpart, but they are fulfilling the order of the Swedish government, and it's too much Holocaust focused.
õppereise läbi 3.
But earlier they have also made trips through all 3 Baltic countries in order to give an overview over communist crimes in the Baltic countries.
Analoogsed reisid uuesti
Yeah, and now they are planning to restore the same kind of trips for teachers of history in Sweden. But the shortest way would be to come to Estonia, and that's an opportunity to talk about communist crimes at that part of history. But Aige, you mentioned 3 different Estonias, and our today's topic are refugees. I hope that you accept me broadening this topic, and as we talk about our new database of refugees, before that we were dealing very intensively with the repressed part of the Estonian society, and it's the external labeling simply that is different. On the one hand, war refugees, and then victims of communist terror. But basically in our heads it's still the same database, and probably we will add also a new, smaller databases in order to offer for historians an opportunity to analyze population processes before World War II and during World War II. And the family register, earlier when we were researching repressions and the deported families, and we have tried as much as possible based on these data to combine the data in the family register and the new databases. And in today's presentations, it was impossible to include all of the information, but when finding out about one specific individual, you will also find information about their family members, and they can sometimes be qualified as repressed. They were either deported or imprisoned, but depending on the fate of the person, they were freed. Later on, the same person maybe also became a war refugee. And on the one hand, we could say that we have too little information in the databases, or on the other hand, we could say also that at some point we can see the light at the end of the tunnel of merging of all of this information. So therefore, cooperation that Sirle mentioned is definitely very important. And Aigar and Aigi probably would agree that the more of information we will have in the database and in the tables can also be useful and many-faceted. Today it has been mentioned already that in every community there are enthusiastic volunteers hobby historians. On the one hand, we have professionals in different institutions, but the combined force of hobby researchers can also be included. And in Sweden, the group of Martin Jungerman and his friends is a fantastic example of cooperation. He created a closed Facebook group with people who were interested in the same topic. There you can find all the lists of boat registers, lists of people on different boats. And today, in addition, the refugee camp article was something that I was thinking about. It's based on the information that was published in journals. But nowadays we do have more specific information in the database, and Hiljar Tammela also compiled the refugee camp lists. So cooperation on a broader scale, in my view, would be important, and also cooperation with the younger generation. I happened to listen to a podcast where they said that let's involve the younger generation. Yes, that's true. Hiljar also mentioned Martin Jungerman, because his article is also in the collection of articles. But I would also like to use this moment for inviting Estonians in Sweden and Manter Jungerman and his company. Without their support, we would not be even halfway of where we are now. Bertola was probably not here today, but Bertola, he visited Tallinn at some point, saying that, well, in fact, I do have this all copied from the archive, but you could use it for your work. So we do have this positive experience of volunteers in Sweden. Their support has been enormous. Yes, the word cooperation sounded for several times. I would once again like to reiterate that Estonia is a small country with scarce resources. And we have seen how some things have been made for a certain goal, but it has been used also for doing different other goals. For example, this family register was originally made to research the early family developments and population processes in Estonia, so starting from Lydia Koidula, but the family register ends with World War II. And the Estonian Minister of Interior, the population register is namely under the Minister of Interior. At some point, they decided to digitalize the whole information that they have. So all people who either married or got children, that's now all digitalized. And if we would put together all of the information collected by different institutions, then the synergy would be huge. And also, I think that academic production would also be possible based on that. I can also add some examples on how co-generation of research leads to fantastic results, or an example of how students were having practice in the archives and researching the court protocols, but it ended also up with linguists being involved and others. And I am also looking back to Jakob Hurt correspondence and the stimulus, why people were cooperating back then in the history have remained the same. But it requires a good leader, manager.
The technology does not replace a human being that has to be there to check it, but digitalization of the archive materials, a person has to check it, a human being has to check it. But this has been a possibility that has given us a great advantage. I do not imagine how this work should have been done 15 years ago. So the development of technology makes our current work also many times more effective. But I'm looking at the time now, and I can see that our time starts to be running out. Is there something that you definitely want to say? Yes, I've got something, please. Next year we have Esto 2025 in Stockholm, Narva, Tallinn. And traditionally we have organized networking meetings within the framework of the Esto festivals. And we have a definite plan to organize one such meeting in Tallinn, which will bring together the different networks. And definitely one network is made up of memory institutions, archives. It is very, very important that all these people all across the globe come together who are dealing with these issues. So Esto is an excellent opportunity to bring these two people together so they get to know each other, and the next step is co-generation. So this is before the song celebration and dance celebration next June in Tallinn. But we have not finished today yet, and I would like to give the floor to Martin, who will tell us what is going to happen next. But I would like to give the floor to Martin, and we can leave the stage. And Martin is going to tell us what we have to do further. Thank you.
Head kuulajad,
Dear listeners, I would like to give the floor for the summary to Meelis Maripuu once again. I suspected that somehow.
Iseenesest oli see vestlusring meeldiva kolleeg.
This panel discussion with my three lovely colleagues made up a very good summary, I think. But it would be not proper to finish without the closing remarks. I don't know whether I'll be able to do this right away or not. First, many thanks to all of you that you have been going through this very long day, and you had only very few breaks for coffee and lunch. You've been listening to the stories shared today, and I hope that you do not feel disappointed that you came in vain and didn't learn anything for you. Something interesting, something well known already, emotions or facts, or the documentary. and that you consider today as a successful day for you. And soon enough there will be a final event for today. This is a concert that starts at 5 o'clock in the Dome Church right next to this building. But Martin will give you all the practical details because I might have forgotten everything. But thank you for coming, and I hope to see you all at the concert as well.
Minu mapp saab varsti tühjaks.
I'll be finishing soon as well. First, I would like to turn to our guests online. The conference participants are going to the Haapsalu Dome Church to listen to Raimo Kangru's Mass for Innocent Estonians. And I can tell you the web participants that you can join in on the 31st of August in Tartu in the Pauluse Church or on the 21st of September in Tallinn. So I would like to say goodbye to our